Chapter 881. Many spirit cultivators had different expressions. The people who came to attack the Western Desolation King's mansion all stopped smiling. This was a battle without any suspense, but now it was hard to say. There were two Sky Origin stage cultivators on the other side. Although they did not know who was stronger, it was still 2 against 1. Cloud Shuttle Monarch might not be able to win. Cloud Shuttle Monarch did not have much confidence, but he still said, "You two are too unwise. I only need to delay you, and the Western Desolation King's mansion will not be able to resist." "Is that so?" Red Lotus smiled strangely. She then shot out several blood-colored lights. Soon after, the entire Western Desolation King's mansion was covered in blood light. Endless blood energy condensed into a light barrier that enveloped the king's mansion. Cloud Shuttle Monarch's eyes narrowed. "You have already set up a formation. You already knew that someone would attack the Western Desolation King's mansion. But I will still say the same thing. All of your actions are futile. Even if I were to retreat this time, Dynasty would only send more powerhouses after me. Not to mention, Xia Ho Ba is at the border. He will arrive in half a day after the Imperial Edict. With your strength, I wonder how many punches you can take from Xia Ho Ba." Monarch Cloud Shuttle is right. The two of us have been entrusted with the task of holding him back for as long as we can. Qing Zhu continued, "If Xia Ho Ba really does come, it won't be too late for the two of us to leave." He was very confident that even if Xia Ho Ba and Cloud Shuttle Monarch worked together, they would not be able to hold them back. At this point, Cloud Shuttle Monarch was also in a difficult position. He might be able to forcefully attack, but even if he won, he would lose more than half of his men. He might even be injured. If he retreated temporarily, he would be able to easily take down the Western Desolation King's mansion when the dynasty's experts arrived. It seemed that retreating temporarily was the best choice. This way, he would lose face as Cloud Shuttle Monarch, causing him to hesitate. He also did not understand. What benefits did Ling Shiqi give to Qing Zhu and Red Lotus? Moreover, Ling Shiqi was already dead. Why would they still work so hard? "Master, what should we do?" A disciplinary envoy from the Discipline Division asked with a troubled expression. Looking at the people around him, Cloud Shuttle Monarch sighed. Most of them were from the Discipline Division. Many of them had been groomed by Monarch Cloud Shuttle himself, and it would be a waste if they were to die in a frontal assault. He said in a deep voice, "Since the two of you are so persistent, then so be it. We will meet again soon. Retreat." With the word retreat, a large number of spirit cultivators retreated like the tide. The remaining people in the palace all felt as if they had just escaped death. He Feichen violently gasped for breath. "My goodness, I almost thought that I was going to die." Ren Yi stroked his beard and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that His Highness would leave a backup plan for the palace." The old man Qing Zhu and Madame Red Lotus are both famous Sky Origin stage cultivators in the West Baron County. Let's think about it. If His Highness is really dead, why would they come to protect the palace? "Hiss, you mean?" He Feichen quivered as he thought of a possibility. "It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but look at those people who are usually close to us. After the prince's residence was in trouble, they all ran away faster than the other. Sky Origin stage cultivators are also people. For a dead person, they still have to stand out and go against the Thunder Flame dynasty. What good would that do for them?" Speaking up to hear, Ren Ye's eyes flashed with a trace of light. "Unless His Highness is not dead. I also hope that he is fine. But the news of His Highness' death is known by everyone. This can't be a mistake, right?" He Feichen still did not dare to believe it. "Don't forget, His Highness has created miracles more than once or twice. We chose to follow His Highness, and I will also choose to believe that His Highness is not dead. Perhaps it won't be long before he comes back." Ren Ye's voice was firm and powerful, affecting the people around him. Following that, he planned to thank Qing Zhu and Red Lotus. Who would have thought that the two of them did not have any intention of interacting with the people in the palace and directly turned into two streams of light and flew away? Madame Red Lotus said with some worry, "Do you think that Xia Hoba will come? If he personally comes, with Monarch Cloud Shuttle by his side, I'm afraid we will have to pay a heavy price to escape. I don't know if Xia Hoba will come. If he comes, let's not even show our faces. We already helped Leng Shiqi protect the Western Desolation Palace once, so we won't go back on our words. Even if the palace is gone, it can't be blamed on us." "That's true. We can just hide around the palace." On the other side, the news of Monarch Cloud Shuttle's defeat was quickly sent to Lei Haoyan's soul clone. Bang! He directly smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Old man Qing Zhu, Madame Red Lotus. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Two Heaven Origin middle stage cultivators were nothing to the Thunder Flame dynasty, but Lei Haoyan was keenly aware of the existence of Leng Shiqi from this matter. It must be Leng Shiqi's secret plan. Then Lei Haoyan's expression became serious. This meant that Leng Shiqi should be in the Western Desolation province. The range was immediately locked down, which was also good news. From this moment on, the game between the two of them had already begun. One of them had to find the other and get rid of him quickly. The other had to hide his recovery as much as possible in order to make a comeback. Now that Lei Haoyan had the absolute upper hand, he had to completely eliminate Leng Shiqi from this world as soon as possible. He knew that Leng Shiqi had the system and the underworld, which was an invincible arcane realm. If too much time passed, Leng Shiqi had many ways to recover. When that time came, it would be Lei Haoyan's turn to constantly worry about his soul being taken back. "Men! Your Majesty, your servant is here." His personal eunuch, Zhuiying, walked in with small steps. "Pass down the order. Have the Azure Thunder Army's commander, Xiaoba, assist Monarch Cloud Shuttle in destroying the Western Desolation Palace. The sooner the better." Lei Haoyan said coldly. Xiaoba's strength could be counted on one hand among the Heaven Origin stage cultivators. There were no more than 10 who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the entire Starfall continent. With such an expert personally taking action, even if a few more Qing Zhu and Red Lotus came, it would be useless. "Your Majesty." Zhuiying, who had just walked out, turned around and returned. "Xian Haoying of the Hall of Worship requests an audience." Lei Haoyan paused. "He's already back." "Very well. Let him in." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Haoying had already flashed into the room. He said with a serious expression, "I heard that your Majesty wants to exterminate the Western Desolation Palace. The Western Desolation King once had great achievements. Now that his entire family is being exterminated before his body is even cold, how many people will be willing to serve the dynasty loyally?" Lei Haoyan didn't expect Xian Haoying to say this. What kind of drug did Leng Shiqi feed Xian Haoying in the capital of Wei? "Lord Xian, the Western Desolation King died in an accident. The dynasty has lost one of its pillars. I am very sad. However, exterminating the Western Desolation Palace was the suggestion of my subordinates. I am just going along with it." Lei Haoyan put on a helpless expression. "Your Majesty should know better than me what those people are thinking." Xian Haoying sneered. The Western Desolation King died in the Northern Wei dynasty. At this time, instead of putting pressure on the Northern Wei dynasty, they went to exterminate the Western Desolation Palace. This group of people is personally destroying the dynasty's 1,000 years of prestige. In this all-spirit gathering, a large number of geniuses have emerged from the dynasty. For example, that Discipline Commission's Zhuge Puha and Blood Moon are both geniuses among geniuses. What will those people think when they see the Western Desolation King fall to such a state? Your Majesty, since the Western Desolation King has already died, we should even more nurture young geniuses. We absolutely cannot be blinded by temporary benefits. Lei Haoyan suddenly froze. He wasn't convinced by Xian Haoying. Instead, he was reminded by Xian Haoying. he was reminded that there was a person who was extremely important to Ling Shiqi. Delta Origi. Chapter 882. From an outsider's point of view, Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi did not seem to have much of a relationship, but the soul avatar was clear about it. Delta Origi was the only person in the world that Ling Shiqi truly cared about. It could also be said that Delta Origi was Ling Shiqi's reverse scale. If Lei Haoyan captured Delta Origi, then Ling Shiqi would definitely appear. Lei Haoyan secretly scolded himself for not thinking of it before. It was also true that Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi did not have much contact. Then, Lei Haoyan acted as if he was convinced and said, "Lord Xian's words are reasonable. Regarding the matter of suppressing the Western Desolation King's mansion, I indeed lack consideration. I will order the Cloud Shuttle Monarch to return to the capital." Seeing that Lei Haoyan was so easily convinced, Xian Haoying himself was a little surprised. However, in his heart, he also felt that this emperor was still able to listen to other people's advice and was not the kind of emperor who monopolized power. "Your Majesty is wise, this subject will take his leave." Xian Haoying did not waste time and directly left. Lei Haoyan's expression was gloomy. He waved his hand and a mysterious figure walked over. "Go, capture Blood Moon from the Discipline Commission. Remember, your actions must be clean and do not reveal any clues. In addition, continue to send orders to Xiahou Ba, have him and the Cloud Shuttle Monarch work together to destroy the Western Desolation King's mansion." "As you command." The figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the Discipline Commission, Delta Origi had just returned to her small courtyard. On her way back, she had already heard the news of Ling Shiqi's death. Recently, she had also heard that the current emperor had sent people to attack the Western Desolation King's mansion. Delta Origi did not pay too much attention to it, because all of this was within Ling Shiqi's expectations. Presumably, he had already dealt with it. Delta Origi's return also caused quite a stir in the Discipline Commission. She had broken through to the Unity of Heaven realm in Wei capital. This kind of advancement was far ahead of the younger generation of the Discipline Commission. Even many spirit cultivators who were dozens of years old were far inferior to her, so when she returned, she was the center of attention. Ling Shiqi became famous in the Dark Thunder Guards and became the king of the Western Baron, whose name shook the world. He suppressed the Discipline Commission. Therefore, the breakthrough of the Delta Origi and the death of Ling Shiqi made the people of the Discipline Commission feel proud and elated. However, the Delta Origi themselves did not think so. She knew very well that the gap between her and Ling Shiqi was like heaven and earth. This small breakthrough was nothing. Thus, as soon as she returned to her residence, she used the excuse of consolidating her cultivation base to decline everyone and continued to cultivate diligently. Delta Origi raised her hand and shot out a blood-red light that turned into 4 blood-red shadows that guarded the secret room. Only then did she feel at ease and began to cultivate. However, not long after, her mind suddenly trembled. An extremely strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. With a "pu" sound, the 4 blood-red shadows turned into ashes in an instant, and a black light quietly wrapped around the Delta Origi. Delta Origi's body trembled. At this moment, a blood sword pierced out. In an instant, a sea of blood rose, and a bloody aura appeared as if it was real. When the sword was unleashed, the blood-chi sword light soaked the world. The might of the sword actually drew upon a trace of heaven and earth origin energy. Under the blood sword, the black light was twisted into nothingness. Ah! A faint sound of surprise came from somewhere. This person was the expert who came to capture the Delta Origi, Jiang Yongbua. He had just entered the Sky Origin stage and had recently joined the Thunderfire dynasty. In order to show his loyalty, he became a sharp arrow in Lei Haoyan's hands. Some things that could not be done openly were left to him. Jiang Yongbua's goal this time was to capture the Delta Origi, not to kill the Delta Origi. Thus, he did not use his full strength and only wanted to capture them. Who would have thought that his attack would be blocked by the Delta Origi? He was a Sky Origin stage expert, and the Delta Origi had just broken through to the Unity of Heaven and Man stage. Even a casual attack from him should have seriously injured the Delta Origi. Jiang Yongbua suddenly felt that he had lost face. Moreover, this was the Discipline Commission. With such a big commotion, a large number of experts would gather in a few breaths of time. Thus, Jiang Yongbua planned to forcefully capture the Delta Origi. However, several ferocious black ghost claws appeared around him. Immediately, a chilly wind blew in the sky. It was broad daylight, but it made people feel as if they were in a ghost cave. However, Jiang Yongbua was suddenly stunned. Because the Delta Origi had disappeared right under his nose. Jiang Yongbua thought that the Delta Origi had used a secret technique to conceal themselves. Even with his senses fully activated, he still could not detect the Delta Origi's trace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my discipline commission? How audacious of him! You're courting death. The aura is coming from over there. Surround them. Today, even a Sky Origin stage expert will not be able to easily leave the discipline commission. At this moment, angry shouts came from not far away. Among them, the weakest was at the Unity of Heaven and Man stage. There was even a Sky Origin stage expert rapidly approaching. Jiang Yongbua knew that things were not good. He had a way to escape, but the task given by His Majesty would fail. Ever since he had joined the Thunderflame dynasty, Lei Haoyan had given him missions to assassinate extremely important people. This was the first time he had to capture someone alive. It was obvious that the Delta Origi was an extremely important person. If the mission failed, he would not be able to avoid punishment. However, compared to being surrounded by so many experts, it was better to escape as soon as possible. Jiang Yongbua immediately turned into a black shadow and quietly left along the corners. Unexpectedly, no one noticed. The first to arrive at the scene was a graceful and luxurious woman in a palace dress. She was one of the 4 disciplinary envoys of the Discipline Commission, Lei Mayan. The residence of the Delta Origi was near her. After discovering that something had happened here, she immediately rushed over. After all, the Delta Origi was currently at the peak of her power. As her master on the surface, she had also obtained many benefits. Even her prestige in the Discipline Commission had increased by quite a bit. Lei Mayan focused her gaze and discovered that the small courtyard of the Delta Origi had long been destroyed. The air was still filled with a dense blood aura. Most importantly, she did not see the figure of the Delta Origi. Princess, what happened? Immediately after, a tall middle-aged man wearing a golden robe walked over. This person was the current Grand Commander of the Discipline Commission, Gu Shao. He was originally a disciplinary envoy. 2 years ago, he had finally broken through to the Sky Origin stage. Lei Haoyan had supported him and made him the Grand Commander, as well as Lei Haoyan's trusted aide. An expert ambushed you, I don't know if he's dead or alive. Judging from the commotion just now, it must be the Sky Origin stage. That person's methods of concealment are quite brilliant. Even I could not track him. He suddenly made a move against Blood Moon. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of her potential. Could it be an expert from another dynasty hidden in the imperial capital? Gu Shao guessed. The imperial capital's security is so tight, yet a Sky Origin stage cultivator was able to sneak in. Lei Mayan angrily said, I must report this to His Majesty. Even if I have to turn the imperial capital upside down, I must find that person. It's better if I go report this. You go to the secret pavilion first to see if Blood Moon's soul jade is broken. That way, you can confirm whether she is alive or dead. Alright, I will go now. Chapter 883. In the Azure Thunder Army's fortress at the border of the Western Desert Prefecture. Pang Ju, the person in charge of collecting intelligence, had just received the imperial edict from the imperial capital. His face was filled with embarrassment. The imperial edict was for Xiahou Ba and Monarch Cloud Shuttle to launch a sneak attack on the Western Desert Prefecture. The news about the Western Desert Prefecture had already spread. This imperial edict was meant to mobilize Xiahou Ba, a powerful expert, to completely crush the Western Desert Prefecture. But the problem was that Xiaoba had gone into seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he had specifically instructed that unless the 6 nations of the western region or the Starfall dynasty attacked, no one should disturb him. Otherwise, only death awaited. Xiaoba was a man of his word in the borderlands. If he said he wanted someone to die, then they definitely wouldn't live. Anyway, no one dared to disobey him. Pang Ju held the imperial edict in his hands and was a little overwhelmed. He couldn't afford to offend Xiaoba, but he couldn't afford to offend His Majesty even more. If he didn't give the imperial edict to Xiaoba, he would still be dead. So he quickly called a few of his close friends and explained the matter to the Azure Thunder Army's deputy generals. Everyone also felt that this matter was very troublesome. They discussed it for an entire afternoon before finally coming to a decision. That was to place the imperial edict outside Xiaoba's seclusion room. They had indeed given the imperial edict to Xiaoba. As for whether Xiaoba saw it or not, it was none of their business. They weren't being perfunctory. Xiaoba's prestige in the Azure Thunder Army was much higher than Lei Haoyan's, who had just ascended the throne less than 2 years ago. To put it bluntly, even if Xiaoba disobeyed the imperial edict, Lei Haoyan wouldn't dare to do anything. Pang Ju held the imperial edict and placed it outside the secret room. He even muttered softly, "General, I'm here to announce the imperial edict." He read the contents of the imperial edict in a low voice, then quietly left the place. In the imperial palace, Lei Haoyan's sole doppelganger's face was gloomy. A person was kneeling in front of him. It was Jiang Yongbua, who had failed to capture Delta Origi. "With your strength, you actually let them escape," Lei Haoyan said hatefully. Jiang Yongbua braced himself and explained, "Your Majesty, that blood moon used some method to disappear in front of my eyes. I think it's most likely some kind of secret technique or treasure that can teleport." "Disappear directly," Lei Haoyan repeated. His eyes widened as he suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, the underworld can be upgraded. Presumably, after the subsequent upgrades, the members of Underworld would be able to teleport in at any time, making them invincible. Delta Origi must have entered the Underworld. I miscalculated. Lei Haoyan cursed inwardly. He had never considered this point. However, he also knew that even if he was teleported into the Underworld, the location of his body would not change. If the Delta Origi wanted to come out, it would only appear in the distance. Therefore, as long as they sent someone to guard the area, they would still have a chance. But that was the Discipline Commission, where there were many masters, and Jiang Yongbua had already been exposed once, so he could not go there again. Lei Haoyan waved his hand and said, "You can leave for now. Have Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit come and see us." Jiang Yongbua knew that Lei Haoyan wanted someone else to do the job, so he hurriedly excused himself. He was already very satisfied that Lei Haoyan did not punish him. "Leng Shiqi, Delta Origi, neither of you can live." Lei Haoyan's face instantly became distorted. Delta Origi naturally did not die. After she destroyed the first ray of black light, she instantly entered the underworld. However, she did not expect that a Sky Origin Realm Master would actually try to assassinate her in the Imperial capital. If she had not broken through to unity of heaven and man at the last moment in the Wei capital, she probably would not even have had the chance to escape into the underworld before dying. She did not realize that the other party wanted to capture her. After all, she had never fought with a Sky Origin Realm Master before, so she could not tell if the other party had used his full strength. Delta Origi calmed the boiling blood in her body. She was very lucky that she did not suffer any injuries this time. She looked around and discovered that the Imperial Palace of Fengdu was surging with endless strange power. Waves of power that seemed to be able to destroy the world were constantly overflowing. This was the spiritual technique that Leng Shiqi had comprehended in the Imperial Palace of Fengdu that was suitable for himself. He now controlled the power of destruction, the law of reincarnation, and the law of earth. These powers of law had to be transformed into actual combat strength. He had to create the spiritual techniques and secret techniques that were most suitable for himself. Moreover, even if it was the same power of law, in the hands of different people, it might have a completely different performance. Ling Shiqi was relatively good at this. He had only been in seclusion for a few days, and he had already begun to see results. He was also a little opportunistic because he had used the power of law to remodel the spiritual technique that he was most familiar with in the past. Although he could not completely unleash the power of law's full power, this was the fastest way. After all, he did not have much time. After all, he had to obtain power that was stronger than a mystic comprehending realm master in the shortest time possible. He also had to surpass a normal mystic comprehending realm master without a physical body. Ling Shiqi sensed that Delta Origi had entered the underworld. At first, he did not pay too much attention to it. However, he noticed that Delta Origi's blood was surging. It was obvious that she had just fought with him. She had entered the underworld after fighting with him. It was very likely that she was being hunted down. Ling Shiqi hurriedly stopped and stepped in front of Delta Origi. What happened? Delta Origi's expression changed. At this moment, she felt that Ling Shiqi was even stronger than he had been a few days ago. I was assassinated in the Discipline Commission. The assassin was a Sky Origin Realm Master. Delta Origi told him what had happened not long ago. Ling Shiqi was truly shocked. Delta Origi did not have many friends in the Discipline Commission, but she also did not have many enemies. Who would assassinate her? Moreover, she was in the Discipline Commission, in the imperial capital of the Thunderblaze dynasty. This was simply a slap to the Discipline Commission's face. Most importantly, the assassin was a Sky Origin Realm Master. After all, ever since Six Directions Spirit Sovereign had brought many Sky Origin Realm Masters into the imperial capital, he had already set up a large number of formations around the imperial capital. As long as a Sky Origin Realm Master approached, he would be discovered. Where did that Sky Origin Realm Master come from? Ling Shiqi's eyes narrowed. There was only one possibility. That person had always been in the imperial capital. There were not many Sky Origin Realm Masters in the imperial capital. Moreover, most of them were in the imperial family's hall of worship and the Dragon Vein. Other than that, there were only the three commanders of the Discipline Commission, the Dark Lightning Guards, and the Patrol Guards. What reason did they have to assassinate Delta Origi? Suddenly, Ling Shiqi thought of a person. He was very likely to be the mastermind behind this. All the Sky Origin Realm Masters in the imperial capital would listen to the same person. That was the Emperor of the Thunderblaze dynasty, Lei Haoyan. In other words, it was Ling Shiqi's soul clone. Ozu had already told him about the matter at the Western Wasteland Imperial residence. Ling Shiqi originally thought that this was the best time for him to go into seclusion. However, he really did not expect that the soul clone would attack Delta Origi. The soul clone was right. Delta Origi was indeed Ling Shiqi's reverse scale. This was also the reason why Ling Shiqi did not dare to interact too much with Delta Origi. He did not want to implicate Delta Origi. However, even if he could fool everyone, he could not fool his soul avatar. Ling Shiqi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Some things should be taken back. Chapter 884. In the Imperial Palace, Lei Haoyan paced back and forth anxiously. The Delta Origi had hidden in the mansion of the dead. Although he had sent people to secretly guard them, there was nothing he could do if the Delta Origi did not come out. Those in the oneness of heaven and man realm could already abstain from eating. The Delta Origi could also slowly cultivate inside. As long as Ling Shiqi recovered, it would be the time of Lei Haoyan's death. He could not just sit and wait for death. He still had a chance, and that was the Western Wasteland Mansion. Once Xiaoba took action, the mansion would definitely be destroyed. He believed that Ling Shiqi must be related to the Western Wasteland Mansion. The mansion was the force that Ling Shiqi had painstakingly cultivated. When the time came, it would definitely not be able to hide. However, 2 days had passed, and he still did not receive any information about the Western Wasteland Prefecture. Lei Haoyan was so anxious that he did not even ask about the imperial court anymore. He had been waiting for the result. At this time, the little eunuch Zhuang walked in with a slightly panicked look. "Your Majesty, there is no movement from the Western Wasteland mansion." "What's going on?" Lei Haoyan was shocked and angry. He had already ordered Xiahou Ba to take action. It was reasonable to say that the Western Wasteland mansion should have been turned into ruins. He did not believe that Lin Shiqi could still find someone strong enough to fight against Xiahou Ba. Zhuang wanted to say something but stopped. Under Lei Haoyan's furious gaze, he lowered his head and said, "According to the news, General Xiahou has gone into seclusion and did not receive the imperial edict." "Xiahou Ba, how dare he defy the imperial edict?" Lei Haoyan did not roar. Instead, he suppressed his voice. However, the more he did so, the more it meant that he was extremely angry. Lei Haoyan was also an expert in the oneness of heaven and man realm. In his anger, a layer of purple crystal frost flame ignited all over his body. Zhuang was so scared that he rolled and crawled. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. General Xiahou is a man of his word in the army. No one dares to disturb him when he is in seclusion, so he still does not know that the imperial edict has been issued. How dare you?" Lei Haoyan was so angry that his hands trembled. And then he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He had been sitting on the throne for 2 years now, and the officials from top to bottom were quite convinced of him as the emperor, at least in the imperial city. However, he had forgotten about the generals who controlled the armies at the border. In the eyes of those people, he was just a brat. It would take a long time and a lot of methods to make those people completely obedient. The plan to deal with the Western Wasteland royal residents had failed once again. In order to completely destroy the Western Wasteland Imperial Mansion, they would either need a peak-level Sky Origin Stage cultivator or a few late-stage Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Xian Haoying would definitely not destroy the Western Wasteland royal residents. Aside from Xian Haoying, there was another Heaven Origin Pinnacle Stage existence in the Royal Hall of Worship. However, that person had been wandering around for a long time and wasn't very close to the Thunderflame dynasty. It would be difficult to mobilize him. The only thing they could do now was to send another 2 or 3 experts on the same level as Monarch Cloud Shuttle. However, he had been delayed for a few days. This was definitely the best time for Lin Shiqi. Even Lei Haoyan himself could not guarantee to what extent Lin Shiqi had recovered. After all, Lin Shiqi had the system and could create miracles. If Lin Shiqi's soul power was strong enough, Lei Haoyan would not be able to avoid the fate of being devoured even with Old Man Xiao's protection. The feeling of not being in control of one's own life was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made one go crazy. Lei Haoyan's initiative was gradually slipping away, but he could not think of a better way. He had a lot of power in his hands and dozens of Sky Origin Stage cultivators under his command, but he still panicked. Just as he was at a loss, a terrifying sword intent suddenly exploded in the royal capital. The sword's cry tore through the sky and a boundless silence filled the entire royal capital. Lei Haoyan was shocked. He turned into a stream of fire and rushed out. He saw that the sky above the royal capital was already shining with 6 different colors. The royal capital's array had been activated in an instant. Ah! Then, a miserable howl echoed through the sky. Lei Haoyan's expression changed when he heard the sound. What made him even more terrified was that he could clearly sense Lin Shiqi's soul power in the royal capital. He had come. He had come so quickly. Lei Haoyan's figure flashed as he rushed toward the dragon vein. Just a moment ago, the Discipline Commission's courtyard where Delta Origi lived had been repaired and was almost exactly the same as it was before it was destroyed. Those who passed by could not help but sigh. It was a pity that the people inside were no longer there. Other than the people from the Discipline Commission, there was another person standing high in the sky, looking down at the courtyard. This person was dressed in a green and white robe, giving people a feeling of elegance and grace. He was one of the Sky Origin Stage cultivators of the Hall of Worship, Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit. He cultivated the power of wind and could blend in with the wind between heaven and earth. Even the current Discipline Commission's Grand Commander Gu Shao could not detect this person. Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit had come on Lei Haoyan's orders to keep an eye on things. In truth, he was also very confused. Logically speaking, Delta Origi should have fled long ago. How could they come back so easily? Even if they came back, the first thing they would do would be to seek protection from Gu Shao. There was no way they would directly return to their own courtyard. He did not know what Lei Haoyan's intentions were, but since it was His Majesty's order, he could only follow it. Thousand Wind Spirit Hands stared at this place from high up in the sky without blinking. Sure enough, a beautiful figure strangely appeared in the originally empty courtyard. It was Delta Origi. His Majesty is indeed brilliant. Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit admired Lei Haoyan in his heart and then prepared to capture Delta Origi. However, what surprised Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit was that Delta Origi raised her head and looked at the sky. Although there was a thick layer of white clouds between them, Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit actually felt that Delta Origi was looking at him. He had been discovered. Even Gu Shao could not detect his existence, but he was discovered by Delta Origi, a junior who had just entered the realm of one with the world. Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit felt that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and the energy of heaven and earth gathered like a gale, instantly condensing into a huge vortex of wind spirits in the air. Delta Origi's red lips moved slightly. You guessed right. There really is someone hiding in the dark. Swoosh. Ling Shiqi appeared beside her in the form of a blood shadow. His entire body was filled with killing intent as he coldly said, "You're courting death." Immediately after, Ling Shiqi's eyes became pitch black, without a trace of white in his eyes. His entire person seemed to have transformed into the King of Hell, emitting a terrifying aura of death. He gently clenched his hand and a long sword condensed in his hand. He pointed the sword at the sky and in an instant, an endless sword intent of death tore apart the vortex of wind spirits in the sky. The sword intent of death continued to explode. The gates of hell opened and thousands of ghosts howled. This sword that wielded the power of death to the extreme should not exist in this world. Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit was extremely frightened. At this moment, it was as if the god of death was standing in front of him and could take his life with just a hook of his finger. That was indeed the case. The terrifying sword of death pierced through the heavens and the earth, turning the fearsome world into a purgatory. Thousand Hands of the Wind Spirit did not even have the qualifications to resist and was directly annihilated. Chapter 885. This sword shocked the entire imperial capital. No matter what realm the cultivators were in, they all looked in the direction of the Discipline Commission in shock. At the same time, dozens of figures shot over. They were the experts from the imperial family's hall of worship. However, after they arrived, they only watched from afar. None of them dared to step forward to investigate. Because Ling Shiqi's sword was far beyond the realm of the Sky Origin realm. When did another Tongxian realm expert appear in the imperial capital? In the eyes of the crowd, a blood-red figure floated in the air. He held a long sword in his hand. Blood chi surged around him, and death aura filled the air. The power of the law was constantly cleansing the area, making all the Sky Origin realm experts fearful. Ling Shiqi appeared in the form of a blood shadow. His face was blurred, so those who were familiar with him did not recognize him. His eyes swept across the crowd, and the biting cold light made the dozens of Sky Origin realm experts retreat. Xian Haoying had the highest cultivation. She stepped forward and said, "Senior, who would have thought that Ling Shiqi would reach out and stop Xian Haoying?" He said bluntly, "Today, I will wash the imperial capital with blood." What a big tone. Just as Ling Shiqi finished speaking, the void trembled. A ferocious spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a dignified old man walked out. It was the Tongxian realm expert of the Thunderblaze dynasty, Old Man Xiao. The moment he appeared, the Sky Origin realm experts heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had found their backbone. It was not that they were afraid. After all, Tongxian realm experts were existences who had grasped the laws of heaven and earth. Even if these Sky Origin Realm experts swarmed up, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Only Tongxian Realm experts could fight against Tongxian Realm experts. Moreover, as long as Old Man Xiao could stall this person, they could launch a sneak attack from the side and activate the Thunderblaze Heaven Punishing Array. Even Tongxian Realm experts would die here. You are killing in my imperial capital. How majestic. Do you really think there is no one in my imperial capital? An invisible force revolved around Old Man Xiao's body. Spatial cracks cracked open like spider webs. The power was astonishing. Ling Shiqi sneered. Rumor has it that Old Man Xiao used improper methods to break through to the Tongxian realm. I would like to ask for your advice. Six Directions Spiritual Sovereign had said the same thing to Old Master Qiao before. At that time, Old Master Qiao could not hold back his anger. Now that the same thing was said by Ling Shiqi, even Old Master Qiao, who was in the mystic comprehending realm, was furious. Very well, this old man would like to see how capable you really are. Just as Old Man Qiao was about to make a move, Ling Shiqi stretched out his hand again. Old Man Qiao, if we fight, aren't you afraid that we'll bring disaster to the countless lives in the imperial capital? Old Master Qiao's expression darkened. This situation was actually similar to when Six Directions Spiritual Supremacy attacked. He might not necessarily lose to Six Directions Spiritual Supremacy, but if a Tongxian Realm cultivator fought with all his strength, the entire imperial capital would be turned into ruins. There would not be many people left alive. It was the same now. Old Master Qiao had broken through to the Tongxian Realm more than 100 years ago. Through the sword attack just now, Old Master Qiao could tell that Ling Shiqi was not very familiar with the power of laws. He must have broken through in recent years. He was confident that he could win. However, he could not use his full strength. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Xian Haoying. How long more before the heaven-destroying Thunderfire formation can be activated? The heaven-destroying Thunderfire formation has been improved greatly. As long as your Majesty activates it, it can be activated in a short while. Old Master Qiao frowned when he heard this. Lei Haoyan had hidden in the dragon vein before he arrived. The dragon vein was separated from the outside world. If he wanted to inform Lei Haoyan to activate the heaven-destroying Thunderfire orb, he would have to make a trip to the dragon vein. If a heavenly origin realm cultivator went there personally, it would only take a short while. However, this short amount of time was enough for the imperial capital to face destruction. Therefore, what Old Master Qiao needed to do now was to stall this mysterious person. How should I address you? This old man sees that you don't really want to massacre the imperial capital. Why don't you make your move before this old man arrived? Just tell me what your goal is. Old Master Qiao watched as a heavenly origin realm cultivator quietly left. That person was Silver Light, who was known for his speed in the Hall of Worship. He could reach the dragon vein in the blink of an eye. Thus, Old Master Qiao stroked his beard and slowly spoke. Ling Shiqi saw through Old Master Qiao's goal with a single glance. He laughed inwardly. In truth, this was exactly what he wanted. He did not have a physical body. His soul was attached to the blood shadow, so he could not use much of his strength. That sword strike just now was the result of his comprehension of the law of yin and yang, the power of the underworld, and the power of the sword Dao. It was only a half-finished product, so it had not yet been named. However, even though it was only a half-finished product, it still possessed the strength of a Tongxian realm cultivator. Unfortunately, in his current state, he could only use that kind of power a few times. He did not have the confidence to fight Old Master Qiao. He had chosen to violently kill people in the Discipline Commission in order to intimidate the many experts in the Hall of Worship. Then, he would use the millions of lives in the imperial capital to make Old Master Qiao hesitate. In this way, the Thunderfire dynasty could only buy time to activate the heaven-destroying Thunderfire formation. This was the key. Ling Shiqi knew about the restrictions placed on the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl. If he wanted to activate the heaven-destroying Thunderfire formation, his soul clone, Lei Haoyan, had to do it. Last time, when Ling Shiqi had returned to his physical body, he had a chance to take back a portion of his soul and take over Lei Haoyan's body. However, his soul clone had been wrapped in a faint golden light. In the Thunderfire dynasty, there was only one place that could protect his soul clone. That was the dragon vein that gathered the Thunderfire dynasty's fortune. With his soul clone hiding in the dragon vein, Ling Shiqi's soul form would have a hard time finding a way to enter. He needed someone to lead the way. Ling Shiqi had noticed that one of the Sky Origin stage cultivators was missing. He abruptly shouted, and a stream of mystical power of law was stirring up the entire area. At this moment, two figures appeared on his left and right. The aura of these two figures was no weaker than his own. I am the past avatar. I am the unparalleled avatar. These two figures represented Ling Shiqi's previous life and his future life. Past, present, and future. 3 avatars. Old Master Qiao was shocked. This is the law of time, or the law of reincarnation. The law of time, the law of reincarnation, and the law of space were known as the most powerful supreme laws. Other than that, only the laws of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and other origin laws could compete with them. In the world, most mystic comprehending cultivators had only comprehended one of the laws of the 5 elements. Therefore, there were very few people who could control the supreme laws. He himself had grasped the powerful law of space. Unfortunately, he had used a trick and could only comprehend the surface of the law of space at most. Even so, it was enough for him to roam the falling star continent. However, at this moment, he actually saw another person who had the supreme laws. Because Old Master Qiao had never seen a spirit cultivator who could control the law of time or the law of reincarnation, he couldn't tell which one Ling Shiqi was at the moment. Ling Shiqi's past avatar said, "Old Master Qiao, you have good eyesight. I have just mastered the divine art. In the world, only you can compare to me." He was still talking. Old Master Qiao's attention was inevitably attracted by the past avatar. However, he didn't know that Ling Shiqi's present avatar was actually just an empty shell. The real Ling Shiqi was still secretly following the Heaven Origin cultivator to the Dragon Vein. Ling Shiqi had been to the Dragon Vein before. It was there that he reached the half-step spirit gang realm. He remembered that eunuch Gao had brought him in from the palace. This time, he followed that person to the palace. That person knew the seal to enter the periphery of the Dragon Vein. Perhaps because the imperial capital was in danger, that person was not too careful and directly opened an entrance and went in. Chapter 886. Lei Haoyan sat alone in the Dragon Vein. His eyes kept flashing, hiding his deep fear. It was too fast. He thought he had the upper hand this whole time, trying his best to force Ling Shiqi out and then get rid of him. But now Ling Shiqi had suddenly appeared and caught him off guard. Especially that powerful sword intent of death. It really made Lei Haoyan feel like he was facing death. He was actually just a part of Ling Shiqi's soul. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a true living being. But he was used to the life of an emperor and was used to casually deciding the life and death of others. So he was starting to fear death. Before Ling Shiqi died, he had always been very shrewd. He had Ling Shiqi's strategy and part of Lei Haoyan's decisiveness. In the eyes of the officials, he was a very qualified emperor. Ever since Ling Shiqi's body was destroyed, Lei Haoyan had been completely panicking. He had been in a state of anxiety and panic for a long time. It was precisely because of this that he lost his calm. Every step he took was wrong, and every step he took was wrong, and every step he took was wrong. At this time, even old man Qiao was forced to appear. It was clear that Ling Shiqi was coming. Lei Haoyan didn't have a Tongxian cultivator to protect him. He was very worried. Someone suddenly barged into the Dragon Vein. Lei Haoyan was shocked, but he immediately recognized that it was an expert from the Hall of Worship. He asked anxiously, "What's happening outside?" "Your Majesty, a mysterious Tongxian cultivator is threatening to massacre the imperial capital. Old man Qiao is delaying it." "Your Majesty, Please activate the Heavenly Thunderfire Orb and activate the Heavenly Punishing Thunderfire Formation. Heavenly Punishing Thunderfire Formation. Yes, the Imperial Capital still has the Heavenly Punishing Thunderfire Formation. I will definitely kill this bastard here. Lei Haoyan seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He took out the Heavenly Thunderfire Orb to activate the restriction on it. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. The hand was shockingly blood-red. It didn't look like a human hand at all. You disappoint me, Ling Shiqi's voice sounded. I caught you so easily. You don't deserve to be my doppelganger. Lei Haoyan's arm trembled. His pupils contracted. He looked at the bloody figure and his eyes filled with killing intent. He said in disbelief, "How did you?" He suddenly looked at Silverlight, who had just come in to report. That person was standing in place with dazed eyes. The soul avatar seemed to understand. He laughed self-deprecatingly. So it was all you're doing. It's not a clever trick, but it's enough to capture you. There was indeed nothing brilliant about this. However, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was that Ling Shiqi had to be able to exert the strength of a Tongxian realm expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to lure out Old Master Qiao, and they wouldn't have had to activate the Heaven-Punishing Thunderflame Array. There are 2 Heavenly Thunderfire Orbs. Ever since you gave me one but didn't tell me how to use the restriction on it, I knew you started to have your own consciousness. Ling Shiqi's soul power surged and invaded Lei Haoyan's mental space. At the same time, he continued to speak. I didn't stop you. Last time, when you asked me to go to the Northern Wei Empire to participate in the Myriad Spirit Gathering, I wanted to get you a lightning-type mutant to help you break through to the Divine Origin realm. I didn't care about your existence. As long as our interests were intertwined, it didn't matter. Even when I was about to die, you chose to protect yourself. I also thought it was human nature. But your biggest mistake was to touch someone you shouldn't have. At this moment, Lei Haoyan's eyes and mouth were wide open. He could no longer control his body. He could clearly feel his consciousness fading rapidly. It wasn't fading. It was returning to where he came from. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Shiqi's bloody figure disappeared. The soul doppelganger also disappeared. Ling Shiqi didn't give him any chance. He directly took back his soul power and this body that belonged to him. Lei Haoyan's eyes glowed red, but quickly returned to normal. He clenched his fists. It feels good to have a complete physical body. Lei Haoyan's body wasn't weak to begin with. While his soul doppelganger occupied it, he had been cultivating. Now, he was at the peak of the unity of heaven and man realm. With such a physical body, Ling Shiqi's soul power and soul doppelganger's recovery, he believed that in his current state, he could easily defeat Old Man Qiao. Of course, he hadn't really fought against a mystic comprehending realm cultivator yet. He couldn't use Lei Haoyan's body to fight Old Man Qiao. Thinking of this, he shot out a ray of rainbow light from his hand. Silverlight, who had come to report, immediately woke up. Your Majesty, there's no time to lose. Please hurry. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Shiqi interrupted him, there's no need. Jun wants to make a trip there personally. Your Majesty. Silverlight shook her head. You can't. That mysterious cultivator is too strong. Wind Spirit's 1,000 hands was killed in one move. Even Old Man Qiao isn't sure he can win. Your Majesty is a dragon. You can't risk your life. How could I not know what you're talking about? Ling Shiqi sighed softly and said, but if I hide in the dragon vein alone while all of you fight to the death with the enemy outside, I can't bear it. Moreover, once the heaven-destroying Thunderfire formation is activated, a large number of civilians in the imperial capital will be affected. I can't bear to see that happen. Besides, how could that person not notice you coming to the dragon vein to send a message? He said he would bathe the imperial capital in blood, but he's still tangled with Old Man Qiao. All these signs indicate that the mysterious cultivator doesn't plan to bathe the imperial capital in blood. Perhaps he's just here to see me. Silverlight's expression was full of admiration when she heard Ling Shiqi's words. To these experts of the Imperial Hall of Worship, they rarely paid attention to the various matters of the imperial capital. They didn't even know much about the emperor. As long as the Thunderfire dynasty had people like them, they could sit back and relax. It didn't matter who became the emperor. Therefore, this was the first time Silverlight came into contact with the emperor in front of her. At this time, she only felt that the emperor was someone who cared about the country and its people. He didn't fear death and was exceptionally shrewd. Facing such a person, even a Heaven Origin Realm cultivator couldn't help but admire him. What she didn't know was that the emperor standing in front of her had actually changed 3 times. Ling Shiqi said resolutely, "Let's go. Take me there." This subject obeys. Silverlight's speed was indeed extremely fast. A silver light streaked across the night sky and the two arrived at the Discipline Commission. At this time, Old Man Xiao was still foolishly arguing with Ling Shiqi's past incarnation. They were both stalling for time. No one was willing to make a move, so they were in a deadlock until now. When Old Man Xiao saw Silverlight return, he thought the matter was settled. Who would have thought that the Emperor would also come? He immediately had a bad feeling. Old Man Xiao was anxious. However, Ling Shiqi's past incarnation suddenly changed its arrogant attitude. "You're the Emperor of the Thunderfire dynasty, Lei Haoyan? You know this seat is here, yet you still dare to come. You're extraordinarily courageous." Ling Shiqi started to act with himself again. "Didn't you want this seat to appear? This seat is here." Chapter 887. Old Man Xiao stood beside Ling Shiqi, afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. The past avatar tilted his head and smiled evilly. "Would you believe me if I said I'm here to seek refuge with the Thunderstorm dynasty?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. It was the first time a Tongxian realm expert had taken the initiative to seek refuge with the dynasty, so it was hard to believe. Moreover, why did he kill 1,000 hands of the wind spirit from the Imperial Hall of Worship? Was the Heaven Origin Realm really worthless? Killing an expert of the dynasty and then seeking refuge with the dynasty, no matter how one looked at it, was strange. "You're here to seek refuge with the dynasty?" Ling Shiqi also made a surprised expression. "I still don't know your name, and I also want to know why you killed our Heaven Origin Realm expert." "I'm the Master of Samsara." The past avatar waved his hand, and the law of samsara rippled around him. Old Man Xiao's expression was solemn. It was indeed one of the supreme laws, the law of samsara. As for that Heaven Origin Realm expert, the reason I killed him was very simple. He dared to harm my disciple, so naturally, I had to kill him. Immediately, everyone looked at the figure in the courtyard of the discipline department. Gu Shao was shocked. "Blood Moon, you're not dead." The news of her assassination had spread throughout the imperial capital, so most of the people present knew about it. In fact, Delta Origi had appeared when Ling Shiqi killed 1,000 hands of the wind spirit, but since then, everyone's attention was on Ling Shiqi, so no one really noticed her. The past avatar's words caused a huge commotion. Delta Origi was his disciple. Everyone quickly connected the dots. Perhaps 1,000 hands of the wind spirit was preparing to assassinate Delta Origi, but was saved by the Master of Samsara, who then took revenge. It seemed to make some sense. But the point was, when did the Master of Samsara become Delta Origi's master? Gu Shao immediately sent a voice transmission to Delta Origi. "Isn't your master the blood demon supremacy? Since when did you have such a master?" Delta Origi explained, "General, the Lord of Samsara took me in as his disciple when he was in the capital of Wei." "So it's the all-spirit gathering." Gu Shao began to imagine. He guessed that the Lord of Samsara had also gone to the all-spirits gathering and had taken a fancy to Delta Origi's talent, so he took her as his disciple. To be able to catch the eye of a Tongxian realm expert, it was clear that Delta Origi was extremely talented. At the same time, it also meant that she had gained a powerful backer. Whoever dared to mess with her, even a Sky Origin stage cultivator would die. Thus, the way everyone looked at the Delta Origi changed. Gu Shao then sent a voice transmission to Ling Shiqi. Your Majesty, I've asked around. The Master of Samsara has already accepted Blood Moon as his disciple in the Wei capital. It's just that this child has always liked to cultivate, so he didn't tell anyone about this after he came back. Ling Shiqi nodded. Of course, he and Delta Origi had colluded in advance. It seemed that Gu Shao didn't suspect anything. After all, the main character was here, so there was no need to suspect anything. With this, everything seemed to make sense. The only question was, why did Wind Spirit Thousand Hands attack the people of the Discipline Commission? The others couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop them from thinking that Wind Spirit Thousand Hands was extremely unlucky. Of all people, he had to provoke the disciple of a Tongxian realm expert. He really didn't know how to spell the word, death. I see. Ling Shiqi suddenly understood. Wind Spirit Thousand Hands didn't die unjustly. I still have to thank the Lord of Samsara for getting rid of this great evil for the imperial capital. If you don't mind, why don't we go to the palace for a chat? I also want to see what the palace looks like, but it's too grand. The Dharmakaya of the past pointed at the Sky Origin stage cultivators nearby. Ling Shiqi nodded slightly. Everyone, please leave first. The crowd was a little hesitant. Although they weren't a match for a Tongxian realm expert, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they could delay him for a while. If the Lord of Samsara suddenly attacked, Old Man Xiao might not be able to protect his majesty. Ling Shiqi saw through their thoughts and said telepathically, I understand your concerns, and I'm very touched. However, if we can persuade the Lord of Samsara to become a member of the imperial court, our strength will increase tremendously. We won't be inferior to the Starfall dynasty. I can't let go of such a good opportunity. Moreover, Old Man Xiao will be by my side. Nothing will happen. Xian Haoying said, since your majesty has made the decision, we'll guard the palace. Even if something happens, we'll be able to make it in time. All right. Then, the Dharmakaya of the past made a hand seal and the three Dharmakayas merged into one. They followed Ling Shiqi into the palace. When they arrived at the study, Ling Shiqi deliberately asked Old Man Xiao to wait outside. Old Man Xiao didn't refuse because a wall was nothing to him. However, he definitely didn't expect Ling Shiqi to wave his hand and withdraw his Dharmakaya. He also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There couldn't be any deviation in this series of actions. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The most important thing was that the battle at the beginning made everyone think that he was a genuine Tongxian realm expert, including Old Man Xiao. Moreover, he used the mysterious law of samsara to conceal his aura so that Old Man Xiao couldn't see that his soul was no longer present. Moreover, after he withdrew his Dharmakaya, he also obtained the memories of the past few years. He knew how to speak and act and wouldn't give himself away in front of others. Ling Shiqi sat in front of the dragon desk. There was a golden seal on it. This was the imperial seal that represented the highest authority in the Thunderfire dynasty. He picked up the imperial seal and stroked it twice. From today onwards, the Thunderfire dynasty belongs to me. The next day, no one knew what Ling Shiqi and the mysterious Master of Samsara talked about. They only knew that the Master of Samsara had become the second Tongxian realm expert in the Thunderfire dynasty. This matter was completely sealed and became the top secret of the dynasty. Only the experts in the Imperial Hall of Worship knew about it. All the other witnesses were dealt with using various methods. During the morning court session, Ling Shiqi sat high on the dragon throne and looked at all the civil and military officials bowing to him. That kind of feeling really made him feel like he was floating. He opened his mouth and said majestically, I have 2 things to do today. First, immediately recall Monarch Cloud Shuttle and the experts of the Discipline Commission. We will no longer suppress the Western Wilderness Imperial residents. Many of the officials immediately panicked. Without waiting for them to speak, Ling Shiqi first told them what Xian Haoying had said to his Dharmakaya. He said it clearly and logically. He even used Xian Haoying's name to make everyone who wanted to object speechless. As court officials, they did have the right to speak. Even if they didn't follow the emperor's wishes, it could be said that their honest words were unpleasant to the ears. However, when it came to the experts of the Imperial Hall of Worship, especially Xian Haoying, who was at the peak of the Sky Origin realm, they had nothing to say. Leng Shiqi sneered in his heart. Sometimes, strength was indeed more important than authority. He continued, "Second, I am preparing to send troops to the Northern Wei dynasty." Chapter 888. A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. There was only a slight commotion when they stopped dealing with the Western Wilderness Monarch manor. At this moment, the entire hall's roof seemed to be about to be overturned. Shocked faces looked at Leng Shiqi. Dispatch troops. These two words were not spoken casually. In fact, the borders of the three empires had never been peaceful. After all, the empires needed war to sustain war. Their soldiers also needed military equipment. If they did not fight, where would these things come from? Therefore, there had always been friction at the borders over the years. It was just friction. At most, both sides would send out 8 to 10,000 soldiers. You attack one of my strongholds, I destroy one of your strongholds. It was common for both sides to fight back and forth. However, Leng Shiqi said, "Dispatch troops." This was no longer a small fight. It was a kingdom war. Prime Minister Mo Linhui's eyes flickered. He could not understand why His Majesty would suddenly send troops to the Northern Wei dynasty. Previously, the Northern Wei dynasty had indeed gone overboard. They had sent Zhuozhou to infiltrate the Fei Miasma mountain range and then assassinated the Western Wilderness Monarch. However, this was not enough for the two empires to go to war. Although the Northern Wei dynasty was slightly weaker than the Thunderblaze dynasty, they had a common enemy, and that was the most powerful Starfall dynasty on the continent. If they were to fight each other, the Starfall dynasty would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. At most, the Thunderblaze dynasty would put pressure on the Northern Wei dynasty and reap some benefits. Leng Shiqi looked at the chaos in the hall and coughed lightly. Instantly, the hall quieted down. "We know your concerns. The Starfall dynasty is eyeing us covetously. Once we dispatch troops, they will definitely lead their troops to the borders. However, a monarch does not joke. Since we have said this, we have naturally thought it through carefully. The Northern Wei dynasty has repeatedly harmed our dynasty. If we continue to let them do as they please, they will probably no longer place us in their eyes. It is time to give the Northern Wei dynasty a warning. Our trusted minister, the Western Wilderness Monarch, has died in the Ashen Aeon world. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us to conquer the North. Our dynasty can rightfully claim the allegiance of the world. This time, we must dispatch troops quickly. We need to take down a county of the Northern Wei dynasty as quickly as possible. Then, we will immediately stop. My dear ministers, our dynasty has existed for over 1,000 years, but it has been over 200 years since we last expanded our territory. After this battle, everyone's names will be recorded in the annals of history and be immortalized for generations to come. Who? Immediately, several people felt their breathing become heavy. To the three empires, expanding their territories was something that was too difficult to achieve. The tripartite balance of power had already lasted for several hundred years. Pulling one part of it would affect the whole situation. No one could easily take down the territory of the other empire. If they could succeed this time, their names would really be recorded in the annals of history. For these courtiers, the authority in their hands was already at the top of the pyramid. There were also countless wealth and resources behind them. It could be said that everyone wanted to carve their names in the annals of history so that future generations could look up to them. They were tempted. However, there were simply too many things that could be affected by the kingdom war. The complexity of it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every aspect had to be taken into consideration, and if there was a problem with just one aspect, it would have a huge impact. Mo Linhui stepped forward and said, "Starting a kingdom war is no small matter. I feel that if we can't solve these two problems, the kingdom war won't start. Leng Shiqi smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead, Minister Mo. Firstly, our empire's military strength is indeed higher than the Northern Wei Empire's. However, the Tiger Army stationed at the border stronghold is the most elite army of the Northern Wei Empire. There are even several Heaven Origin Realm experts overseeing it. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through the stronghold and take down a county. Furthermore, the Starfall Empire will definitely not sit by and do nothing. They will either send troops to our empire or support the Northern Wei Empire from the back. They will do their best to weaken the two empires." Minister Mo's considerations are thorough. Leng Shiqi agreed with Mo Linhui's words. If they didn't solve these two problems, the Thunderblaze Empire wouldn't be able to send troops. This emperor has a way to destroy the Tiger Army's defenses in the shortest amount of time and end the war before the Northern Wei Empire and the Starfall Empire can react. This emperor will not keep all of you in suspense. Everyone here is a trusted subject of my empire. There is something you need to know. For this war, my empire will send a mystic comprehending expert. When he mentioned the three words mystic comprehending realm, many people were shocked. A mystic comprehending realm expert was the strongest trump card for every empire. Similarly, such an expert couldn't leave the imperial capital easily. Leng Shiqi added, "It is another mystic comprehending realm expert." Hiss. There was a series of gasps in the main hall. As subjects, they knew that the Thunderblaze Empire had Old Man Xiao overseeing it. However, Leng Shiqi specifically said, "Another mystic comprehending realm expert." Didn't that mean that the empire had another mystic comprehending realm expert? Soon, all the subjects understood. They had all heard about the battle that happened in the imperial capital not long ago. Although they didn't know the outcome, from Leng Shiqi's words, the Thunderblaze Empire seemed to have reached an agreement with that mysterious mystic comprehending realm expert. No one knew how His Majesty, who was sitting on the throne, did it. No one knew what kind of deal they made. If the Thunderblaze Empire really had another mystic comprehending realm expert overseeing it, then it would be possible to send troops to deal with the Northern Wei Empire. Leng Shiqi scanned the crowd. He could see that the subjects were all tempted. Since everyone has no objections, let's discuss the details of the Kingdom War. The morning court session only ended when it was close to noon. The moment everyone left the palace gate, they started to get busy with excitement. The amount of preparation needed for the Kingdom War was massive. In the Imperial Palace, Leng Shiqi was still sitting on the dragon throne. This feeling is really good. When the Kingdom War starts, I will probably be able to gather enough merit to repair that body. It is clearly merit, but it is going to stir up a sea of blood. Interesting. The Kingdom War was still a top secret. Everyone was preparing intensely, and this process would take at least a month. This period of time was also very important to Leng Shiqi. This was because the mystic comprehending realm expert that he mentioned was himself. If he wanted to break into the Northern Wei Kingdom's border fortress, he would have to kill all the Sky Origin stage cultivators there with absolute power. He would have to make the Tiger Army despair with his horrifying power. Only then could he drive straight in with the smallest price and prevent the Starfall Empire from secretly interfering. Therefore, this 1 month was extremely precious to Leng Shiqi. His body swayed, and the past world Dharma god appeared. During the preparation for the Kingdom War, as the Emperor, he naturally had to deal with many things. The past world Dharma god was different from a soul clone. He was equivalent to Leng Shiqi's other eye and was used to deal with important matters. As for himself, he entered the underworld to continue comprehending the various laws. Chapter 889. 2 months later, the Thunderfire dynasty sent out 10,000 elite troops to the Northern Wei dynasty. The Northern Wei dynasty had noticed this long ago, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They had to defend, investigate, and prepare. Everything seemed to have become a set of routine. Because these small skirmishes happened a few times every year, they were already used to it. The general guarding the border was Hu Yanlin, who was in the late stage of the Sky Origin realm. There were 2 other Sky Origin Realm experts guarding the border. It was obvious that the Thunderfire dynasty was on high alert. Hu Yenlin stood on the fort's gate tower. He could easily see the 10,000 soldiers dozens of miles away. They were the elites of the Thunderfire dynasty, the Fire Qilin army. He cursed, "What the hell is that bastard Xiaobai doing? He came 3 months ago. Logically speaking, I should be the one attacking them. That old bastard didn't follow the rules. General, something's wrong." A man holding a feather fan stood beside him. He was the military advisor of the Tiger Army. In the past, Xiaobai wouldn't fight personally. As the general of the Fire Qilin army, if he fought personally, you would too. If the 2 of you fought, it would be earth-shattering. The other soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if the Fire Qilin army didn't follow the rules, they should have attacked some of the forts instead of the fort. There must be something fishy. Hu Yenlin thought so. Prepare for battle. I'll go meet that old bastard Xiaobai first. Then, he stepped into the air and left with the roars of dragons and tigers. In front of the Fire Qilin army, a tall old man sat on a Fire Qilin. He was the general of the Fire Qilin army, Xiaobai. He also had another name, Blazing Qilin Spear God. He was at the peak of the Sky Origin realm and had guarded the north for 100 years. He had countless battle achievements and was famous. Unfortunately, he wasn't young anymore. He was already more than 300 years old and was somewhat lethargic. Although the lifespan of a Sky Origin realm cultivator was several hundred years, Xiaobai had been fighting all year round and had countless injuries. It wasn't easy for him to live to 300 years old. Hu Yenlin of the Northern Wei dynasty was indeed in his prime. That was why he was able to resist Xiaobai at the late stage of the Sky Origin realm. Xiaobai looked up and saw Hu Yenlin flying towards him. He sneered inwardly. As expected, you really came alone. Before he set off, he had received an imperial edict asking him to personally lead 10,000 Fire Qilin army soldiers to the Northern Wei Empire's border fortress. At that time, the commander of the Tiger Army, Hu Yenlin, would definitely appear. Old man Xiaobai, why did you personally bring people here? If you don't follow the rules, it won't be good for either of us. Hu Yenlin didn't fear that Xiaobai's cultivation was higher than his, and directly shouted from above. Xiaobai looked at Hu Yenlin as though he was looking at a dead man. Hu Yenlin, if I were you, I wouldn't leave the stronghold so easily. Hu Yenlin had a bad feeling. Why would Xiaobai say something like that? One had to know that even if they were to fight head-on, he would not be defeated. After all, the other party was old and his vitality was declining. Even if several Heavenly Origin stage experts from the Thunderflame dynasty attacked at the same time, they wouldn't be able to stop Hu Yenlin. He didn't understand where Xiaobai's confidence came from. Suddenly, a blurry blood shadow appeared in the air. Hu Yenlin was shocked. He actually didn't notice when this person appeared. What was more frightening was that this person's blood-red eyes made him shiver. You, who are you? Hu Yenlin was alarmed. The spiritual energy in his body circulated wildly, and he was ready to retreat to the stronghold. Unexpectedly, the blood shadow said something strange. The cycle of life and death is endless. I live, and you die. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying power of law appeared between heaven and earth. That power was invisible and intangible, but it could easily determine life and death. An aura of death descended, and Hu Yenlin turned pale with fright. Words are law. When did the Thunderflame dynasty have another Tongxian realm expert? Moreover, even if there was a Tongxian realm expert, he wouldn't casually attack the border. Even if the Thunderflame dynasty had another Tongxian realm expert, they wouldn't be able to destroy the Northern Wei Empire. This kind of combat power would definitely be hidden and used at the most crucial moment. Attacking the Northern Wei Empire's border would indeed allow them to quickly occupy a portion of the territory, but what about after that? As the saying goes, it's easier to conquer an empire than to defend it. They couldn't possibly let this Tongxian realm expert stay here forever, right? If Hu Yanlin was the emperor of the Thunderflame dynasty, he would only continue to gather strength in secret and wait for an opportunity to destroy the Northern Wei Empire in one fell swoop. He wouldn't expose the existence of this Tongxian realm expert so easily. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to think too much. Leng Shiqi casually cut off all of Hu Yanlin's chances of survival. The dignified commander of the Tiger Army, a Sky Origin late-stage expert, was instantly killed without the slightest resistance. This was the art of life and death that Leng Shiqi had recently created after comprehending the law of reincarnation. With just a word, or even a thought, he could directly cause a person to lose their life and enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, this move was most effective against those below the Tongxian realm. If he fought against a Tongxian realm expert, he would only be able to cause the opponent to lose a portion of their life force, but it wouldn't be fatal. Even so, it was an extremely strange move that was impossible to guard against. Below, Xia Bai and Wan Xinshi were also shocked. It wasn't until Hu Yanlin's body fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere that they realized that all of this was real. The power of a Tongxian realm expert was actually so terrifying. Leng Shiqi looked at the stronghold not far away. There were still 100,000 Tiger Army soldiers inside, but there was also a high-level formation in the stronghold. The reason why he wanted to lure Hu Yanlin out and kill him was not because he was afraid of the formation, but because he was afraid that Hu Yanlin would escape under the cover of the formation. As long as the commander of the Tiger Army died, the enemy's morale would definitely plummet. The Tiger Army's reaction was not slow. Immediately, 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. They were the other 2 Sky Origin stage experts in the stronghold. They had seen the scene of Hu Yanlin's tragic death, and they had also heard his last words before he died. The 2 of them immediately activated the formation of the stronghold. A golden light bloomed and enveloped the stronghold. However, even with the protection of the formation, the 2 of them did not have the slightest bit of confidence. They were about to face a Tongxian realm expert. A Tongxian realm expert who killed Hu Yanlin in an instant. Escape? They could not escape. Because they had been locked down by Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi pointed his finger like a sword. A strange sword intent twisted the void. This power did not seem to exist in the human world. It should exist in the netherworld. Sword intent of death. With a boom, the golden light in the sky shattered and dissipated in the air. The defensive formation of the stronghold was destroyed in one hit. At the same time, a huge netherworld vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the stronghold. As the vortex spun, a suction force fell on the 2 Sky Origin stage experts. The next moment, the 2 souls were swallowed into the vortex, and the 2 Sky Origin stage experts' bodies suddenly fell to the ground. The Northern Wei Empire's heavily guarded border stronghold was destroyed by Leng Shiqi alone. Chapter 890. The 100,000 Tiger Army soldiers in the fortress were completely stunned. Many of them did not even understand what was going on. Their sturdy fortress array was destroyed. The 3 Sky Origin stage cultivators they were most proud of were all dead. They only realized what was going on when the blazing Qilin spear god, Xia Bai, led his army over. Run! Run! Go away! Don't block me! Don't panic! Don't panic! Otherwise, we will all die. The fortress was in a mess. Everyone knew that the situation was hopeless. Everyone knew that if they stayed any longer, they would all die. Everyone wanted to escape. However, there were 100,000 people here. There were also many war horses and spiritual beasts. The entire fortress was filled with people pushing and stepping on people. Soldiers were running for their lives in panic. However, the more they ran, the more chaotic it became. In the end, some of them even drew their swords and slashed at their comrades. It was not that they were cold-hearted or that the Tiger Army had bad discipline. It was because they knew that they were going to lose. Running was the only way. Although there were only 10,000 people in the Fire Qilin army, there was a Tongxian stage cultivator and Xia Bai who was at the peak of Sky Origin stage. Both of them had the power to destroy the world. Even though the tiger army knew that the chances of escaping were slim, they had to fight for it. Boom! Xiaobai soared into the sky wrapped in boundless flames. The raging heavenly fire burned everything. A heavenly fire Kiran law form appeared behind Xiaobai. He held the blazing long spear in his hand. The terrifying blazing spear shadow fell down from the sky. His target was not the ordinary soldiers. He was targeting the lieutenants of the Tiger Army. These lieutenants were all in the unity of heaven and man stage. When they realized that something was wrong, they started to run. The blazing spear pierced through the sky. The powerful original energy of heaven and earth pressed down on them. When Xiaobai made his move, how could these people stop him? With a few screams, several deputy generals were turned into charred corpses in the blink of an eye. Kill! Don't leave anyone alive. Xiaobai's majestic voice echoed throughout the fortress. The Fire Qilin army was facing 10 times more enemies than them. On the other hand, the Tiger army had become a pile of loose sand. No, they were even less than loose sand. They were simply a group of headless flies. To some extent, Lin Shiqi alone was more powerful than an army of 100,000. However, he did not attack again. Instead, he stood on the fortress tower with his hands behind his back. The Fire Qilin army did not only send 10,000 men. Another 80,000 men followed closely behind and arrived soon after. At this moment, in the eyes of the Fire Qilin army, he was like a god. However, in the eyes of the Tiger Might army, he was no different from the king of hell. In fact, he was indeed the Netherworld king. At this moment, he was constantly absorbing souls. These were all his merits. As long as this battle was over, he would get the 100,000 merit points he needed. He just stood there quietly and watched as one life after another flowed away. There was not a single ripple in his eyes. He did not know when it started, but life had become so worthless. Suddenly, Lin Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. The soldiers below were no different from ants in his eyes. Their lives were in his hands. Then, was he the same in the eyes of the heavens? He could not help but think of the giant eye that had killed him 4 times. For some reason, he thought of a sentence from his previous life. The heavens and earth are heartless. They treat all living things like straw dogs. Lin Shiqi looked up at the sky. He did not want to be an ant. Even an ant had the power to shake the heavens. When he recovered his physical body, he would look for a way to improve himself. The Thunderfire dynasty and the Starfall dynasty were no longer important to him. So what if they were on the Starfall continent? Fighting against the heavens was the most enjoyable thing. In just 2 hours, the fortress was filled with corpses. The corpses piled up like a mountain. The Tiger army had been completely annihilated in their own fortress. 90,000 Fire Qilin army soldiers replaced them. Xiaobai reorganized the Fire Qilin army and then came to Lin Shiqi. Samsara supremacy, the Tiger army has been annihilated. Lin Shiqi nodded. Act according to His Majesty's orders. I will wait for your good news in the imperial capital. After he finished speaking, he turned into a blood-red light and disappeared into the sky. After he collected the souls, there was no need for him to stay here. Now that the fortress had been destroyed, the Fire Qilin army could enter as they pleased. Within the fortress was the Northern Wei dynasty's Qinglu County. There were a few big cities in it. At most, there were a few thousand city guards. They were no match for the Fire Qilin army. It could be predicted that in less than 2 days, Qinglu County would belong to the Thunderfire dynasty. Actually, the moment they destroyed the fortress, the news had already reached the Wei capital. Emperor Wei was naturally furious. The Thunderfire dynasty had actually sent a mystic comprehending realm cultivator to attack them. They were determined. Although there were some conflicts between the 2 dynasties, it was not to the extent of making such a big fuss. He was more shocked that the Thunderfire dynasty suddenly had a mystic comprehending realm cultivator. He was also shocked by the future. Once the border was destroyed, a few states and counties would face destruction. It would be too late to send troops over now. At the thought of the Northern Wei dynasty losing a large amount of land, Emperor Wei's mind was about to explode. The Northern Wei dynasty had been established for a few hundred years and had never lost an inch of land. Now, he had lost a few states and counties. When he passed away in the future, he would not be able to face his ancestors. Of course, this was all in the future. Emperor Wei immediately sent out a large number of troops and experts to resist the Fire Qilin army. At the same time, he immediately contacted the Starfall dynasty, hoping to get their help. Another mystic comprehending realm cultivator had appeared in the Thunderfire dynasty, which was a great threat to the Starfall dynasty. The Starfall dynasty would definitely not sit back and do nothing. However, what puzzled Emperor Wei was that the Fire Qilin army actually stopped after conquering Qinglu County. Then, they started to build fortifications there and pacify the people. It was as if they had already treated Qinglu County as their territory. Seeing this, Emperor Wei felt that it was even more troublesome. With the Fire Qilin army's strength, it wasn't a problem to take down a few states. If that was the case, Emperor Wei would be easy to deal with. All he had to do was send troops to surround them and destroy them one by one. After all, this was the Northern Wei dynasty's territory, and they had all kinds of supplies. However, the Fire Qilin army had to be transported over from the Thunderfire dynasty, which was thousands of miles away. It was impossible for them to guard too many places. But now, the Fire Qilin army only occupied Qinglu County, and all their troops were gathered there. It was very difficult to destroy them in one go. Besides, that mysterious mystic comprehending realm cultivator was hiding in the dark. Who would dare to deal with the Fire Qilin army? In the Northern Wei dynasty, only Senior Chen Xin had such strength, but he couldn't leave so easily. Emperor Wei's head was about to explode. However, the Thunderfire dynasty's actions were equivalent to giving him a hint. They were asking for peace. The Thunderfire dynasty wasn't greedy. It was enough to take down one state. If they wanted to take back this state, they had to either attack the Fire Qilin army or ask for peace. Emperor Wei could imagine that the Thunderfire dynasty would demand an exorbitant price, but he had no other choice. He thought for a long time and sighed. Men, prepare to go to the Thunderfire dynasty. Chapter 891. The news of the Thunderfire dynasty conquering a county of the Northern Wei dynasty with lightning speed spread like wildfire across the falling star continent. The entire continent was shaken by the news. The citizens of the Thunderfire dynasty were naturally cheering. This battle had displayed the might of the Thunderfire dynasty, and Leng Shiqi, the fake emperor, had risen in everyone's hearts. His prestige was so great that it was comparable to the real emperor. The Northern Wei dynasty didn't have it so good. They lost Qinglu County for no reason and even lost 100,000 Tiger Army generals, including 3 Sky Origin realm experts. This time, it could be said that they had suffered a great loss. The fact that the border was conquered so easily caused the people's hearts to be shaken. They didn't have the concept of Sky Origin realm or Mystic realm. In fact, most of the ordinary people didn't even know about the existence of this realm. They only knew that their homeland could be trampled by the Thunderfire dynasty's cavalry at any time. They didn't have a sense of security. The Starfall dynasty had many thoughts. The Starfall emperor was in his prime and held almost all the power of the Starfall dynasty. He was an extremely domineering person. The war between the Thunderfire dynasty and the Northern Wei dynasty was a joyous occasion for the Starfall dynasty. They only needed to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. When the Starfall emperor received the news, he immediately gathered all the important officials to discuss this matter. At first, they felt that they should send troops to intimidate the Thunderfire dynasty or help the Northern Wei dynasty. In terms of strength, the Thunderfire dynasty was much stronger than the Northern Wei dynasty. If they wanted both sides to continue fighting, they had to keep their strength in check. The longer they fought, the more severe the losses would be. The two dynasties would continuously weaken their strength, and the Starfall dynasty would have the opportunity to unify the continent. But who would have thought that the Thunderfire dynasty would miraculously end the war in just 2 days? Before the Starfall dynasty could come to a conclusion, the war was over. Especially the other mystic realm expert of the Thunderfire dynasty, who made the Starfall emperor feel apprehensive. From the looks of it, the Northern Wei dynasty didn't have the strength to continue the war and could only ask for peace. Now that the Northern Wei dynasty's strength was greatly damaged, wasn't it an opportunity to hit them while they were down? The Northern Wei Empire was the weakest among the 3 great empires. There were 2 main reasons why it could survive. The other was the inheritance of the Tsang Yuan Sword Saint. Neither the Starfall dynasty nor the Thunderblaze dynasty were sure that the Northern Wei dynasty had any terrifying trump cards. The second reason was the Northern Wastelands. Countless members of the Demon Clan were trapped there. Although the living environment of the far north wastelands was extremely harsh and the Demon Clan was constantly killing each other, it was still a very big hidden danger. If there came a day when the monster race gave up on fighting and invaded the mainland, although the possibility was small, it did not mean that it was impossible. At that time, the Northern Wei Empire would be the first to bear the brunt. The Northern Wei Empire would definitely use all their strength to defend against the demonic beasts. Not only would the Starfall Empire and Thunderblaze Empire have time to prepare, they would also be able to restrict the battlefield to the Northern Wei Empire so that they could repel the demonic beasts with the least cost. However, the Northern Wei Empire could be said to be flourishing with each passing day, giving birth to a large number of experts and talents. Gradually, they also gained some authority. Since the Thunderblaze Empire had bitten off a piece of meat, the Starfall Empire did not mind adding insult to injury and making the Northern Wei Empire obediently become a watchdog. Now that the Tiger Army of the Northern Wei Empire had been wiped out, their total military strength was fixed. If they wanted to continue defending against the Thunderblaze Empire, they would have to transfer a portion of their troops over from the other borders. In this way, their military strength would definitely be weakened when facing the Starfall Empire's western border. The Starfall Emperor quickly made a decision and directly mobilized 150,000 soldiers to attack the Northern Wei Empire. Of course, no war could be fought just like that. Just the logistics and equipment needed during wartime required time to prepare. During this period of time, the Northern Wei Empire was still discussing with the Thunderblaze Empire about Hitan. Leng Shiqi did not care too much about Hitan. He only had one bottom line, and that was that Qinglu Prefecture could not be returned. Since he had already swallowed it, he had no intention of spitting it out. Not only that, he also wanted the Northern Wei Empire to compensate him with a large amount of wealth and treasures as compensation for the soldiers of the Fire Qilin army. That's right, the miraculous victory of the Thunderblaze Empire did not cause them to lose many soldiers. On the contrary, the Tiger army was completely wiped out. In the end, the Northern Wei Empire had to compensate the Thunderblaze Empire. There was no helping it. This was the result of losing a war. Leng Shiqi handed over the matter of Hitan to Mo Linhui. That old fox would naturally take care of it. As for himself, he made use of the next few days to prepare to repair his physical body. After destroying the Tiger army, he had already obtained 100,000 merit points. He entered the mansion of the dead and arrived in front of the physical body. The system's notification popped up. Repairing physical body will cost 100,000 merit points. Repair? Yes. The system deducted 100,000 merit points. In the blink of an eye, the dark mansion of the dead was suddenly filled with a dazzling, holy golden light. The golden light surged into the body, and the broken body was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Leng Shiqi could even feel a trace of life in the body. In less than half an hour, the physical body was completely repaired. However, the golden light did not dissipate. Instead, it was tempering every meridian, every bone, and every internal organ in the body. When the golden light dissipated, Leng Shiqi's soul entered the body. In an instant, an indescribably powerful force surged through his body. He felt that every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. It was as if he could shatter the void with a single punch. Lin Shiqi controlled the body to stand up. The Fengdu Imperial Palace's black light soared into the sky, and the mansion of the dead trembled. He punched out, and the space shook. Immediately, countless hair-like cracks spread out, stretching for miles. Shockingly, those cracks were all spatial cracks. This. Lin Shiqi was stunned. He looked at his fist in a daze. One had to know that he did not use the power of laws just now. He only used his spiritual energy and physical strength to create such a powerful force. He looked inside himself and was shocked to find that the spiritual energy in his body was as deep and unfathomable as a boundless ocean. The strange thing was that his body had such a terrifying spiritual energy even though he did not cultivate any techniques. Moreover, the spiritual energy was black. It was like a black ocean. Lin Shiqi was surprised. This spiritual energy was not only powerful, but also extremely malleable. Because he did not cultivate any techniques, once he had the support of a technique, this spiritual energy would only be stronger. It could even be comparable to the power of laws. He was very satisfied with this body. His soul did not feel any discomfort. It was as if this was the body that belonged to him. Thinking of this, with a thought, his appearance changed slightly, becoming the same as before. The king of the western wilderness, Lin Shiqi, should be back. Chapter 892. After the Northern Wei dynasty humiliated him and asked for peace, after familiarizing himself with his new body, Lin Shiqi was filled with fighting spirit. Now that he had such a powerful body, he did not even know how strong he was. Unfortunately, there were only a few mystic enlightening cultivators in the world. It was not easy to find an opponent. He calmed himself down. The netherworld had a lot to do with him regaining his body. Not long ago, he was just a remnant soul. After entering the netherworld, he had recovered more than half of his soul and obtained the Emperor of Fengdu's inheritance and this body. Without Underworld, Lin Shiqi would not have been able to recover his fleshly body. Who knows how long it would have taken him to recover his soul power. During this long period of time, he really could be caught by the soul clone, and even implicate Gu San in the Western Wasteland King's mansion. The importance of the netherworld was self-evident. Thus, Lin Shiqi was prepared to upgrade the netherworld as soon as possible. He looked at the requirements for upgrading the netherworld. The current level of the netherworld territory, Stage 6. Requirements for upgrading the netherworld territory, 1. Accumulate 100,000 merit points, 53598100000. 2. Collect 10 top-grade souls, 710. 3. 320,000 system coins. Seeing this information, Lin Shiqi raised his eyebrows. He had spent 100,000 merit points to repair his body. He did not expect to have 50,000 left. Before his body was destroyed, he already had a certain amount of merit points. Also, when he attacked the Tiger Might Army's fortress, 100,000 Tiger Might Army soldiers, as well as many logisticians and people in charge of chores. He could not let the Tiger Might Army do all the chores themselves. Those people were just collateral damage and became Lin Shiqi's merit points. Seeing that he still needed 50,000 merit points, Lin Shiqi murmured, the plan in Zhulu Nation can be pushed forward. Then, he looked at the second requirement. The mission of collecting 10 top-grade souls was already more than half completed. This included Zhulu Nation's Dragon Sword King and Divine Firmament Supremacy, Beilu Nation's Rain Master, Hu Yanlin, and the other two from the Tiger Might Army, as well as Wind Spirit Thousand Hands, who was killed in the Discipline Commission not long ago. Now that there were only 3 people left, this matter could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. For the Lin Shiqi, killing a few Sky Origin Stage cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand, but Sky Origin Stage cultivators were not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. Just now, he thought that the expansion plan of the Zhu Road Nation could be arranged, but now he changed his mind. He had to let the Zhu Road Nation annex the Beilu Nation as soon as possible. In fact, the Lin Shiqi was not interested in the fight for the throne. But on second thought, there must be a sky origin stage cultivator in Bei Lu Kingdom. The Zhu Lu Kingdom had 4 sky origin stage cultivators, and the Bei Lu Kingdom had about the same number of sky origin stage cultivators. As for the amount of system coins, it didn't matter. He was now in control of the Thunderflame dynasty, so he could have as many resources as he wanted. Upgrading Hell was extremely important. But, apart from that, he had something even more important to do. And that was to find a way to resist heaven. He could predict that once his identity as the king of the Western Wasteland, Leng Shiqi, Meng Tianzong would definitely come looking for him. Meng Tianzong had done something to Leng Shiqi before. Now, his body was completely new. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could face Meng Tianzong, who had not recovered his cultivation. On the contrary, they would not continue to be enemies. Instead, they would work together because they had the same goal. After making up his mind, a huge Dharma body suddenly appeared in Hell. After the Leng Shiqi caused a commotion last time, almost all the members of Hell had come. This time, only one came. It was the Dharma body of Ghost Emperor Mingyu. When Delta Origi saw Leng Shiqi, she said directly, "The people of the Blood Garment Pavilion are looking for me." Hearing this, Leng Shiqi's eyes narrowed. The Blood Garment Pavilion's plan was quite good. The Blood Garment Pavilion must have been very surprised that Delta Origi was chosen by a metaphysical realm master and that the master had killed so many people in the imperial capital for her. The Blood Garment Pavilion must have wanted to get in touch with the metaphysical realm master through Delta Origi, who was Leng Shiqi's public identity, the master of Samsara. If the master of Samsara could help the Blood Garment Pavilion, then the so-called Blood Seed plan would be child's play. A metaphysical realm master was strong enough to guard a dynasty. It would be too easy for him to protect a top sect. However, the Blood Garment Pavilion would never have guessed that the master of Samsara was actually Leng Shiqi, a pawn of their Blood Seed plan. "You must have guessed the reason," Delta Origi said. "When the Blood Garment Pavilion learned of the master of Samsara's existence, they asked me to act as the middleman. You know their purpose. So, what are your plans?" Leng Shiqi did not have a good impression of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Then again, without the Blood Garment Pavilion's secret support, it would have been difficult for him to get to where he was today. The Blood Garment Pavilion wanted to get rid of the shackles and stand in front of people, so they came up with the Blood Seed plan that had been going on for more than 100 years. In fact, whether Leng Shiqi was the emperor of the Thunder Dynasty or the master of Samsara, he could easily help the Blood Garment Pavilion achieve their goal. Of course, he could not do it easily. At the very least, the Blood Garment Pavilion had to offer a price that satisfied Leng Shiqi. Now that Leng Shiqi's vision was different, it was hard for him to imagine what the Blood Garment Pavilion could offer to impress him. Leng Shiqi nodded and said, "We have some connections with the Blood Garment Pavilion. Tell them that I can give them a chance, but it depends on whether they can offer something that satisfies me." "Okay, you already have a physical body. What's your next step?" "I still need some time to adapt to this new physical body. I will be in seclusion in the underworld for a while. The matters of the dynasty will be handled by my Dharma body from the past. I don't know what realm you are in. How many people in this world can be your opponent? But for some reason, I can always feel a sense of urgency from you." Delta Origi was puzzled. It was impossible to not have a sense of urgency. The giant eye that had killed him 4 times in an instant was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. If he wanted to go further, he would have to face the giant eye again sooner or later. He said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about how big our world is. There are many people on the Falling Star continent who are stronger than me. I can't be complacent at any time. Since I stepped on the path of cultivation, there is no way back until I reach the end." Then, Delta Origi did not say anything and went back to cultivate. Leng Shiqi simply sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the power of various laws. With a physical body, he finally had the chance to fully exert his strength, and cultivation methods and spiritual skills were indispensable. He had to comprehend the most suitable cultivation method for himself. In the outside world, after the Northern Wei dynasty humiliated themselves by asking for peace, bad news came again. The Falling Star dynasty sent out 150,000 soldiers to attack the western frontier of the Northern Wei dynasty. The Northern Wei dynasty's military strength was originally inferior to the Falling Star dynasty's. After the Tiger army was wiped out, they had to mobilize troops from other places to defend the Fire Qilin army. The Falling Star dynasty suddenly attacked, and in just 2 or 3 days, the western frontier would not be able to hold on. Chapter 893. The war between the Starfall dynasty and the Northern Wei dynasty ended very quickly. In less than a month, the Northern Wei dynasty had lost another county. This time, the Starfall dynasty had imitated the Thunderblaze dynasty and retreated after conquering a county. Then, they asked for a large amount of resources. It couldn't be said to be extremely similar, but it could be said to be exactly the same. Wei Xuandi's face turned green. The Northern Wei dynasty had a total of 20 provinces and counties, and they had lost 2 of them. The territory was secondary. The most terrifying thing was the loss of the soldiers at the border. The resources that the Northern Wei dynasty invested in the soldiers every year could be said to be astronomical, but it was all for naught. If they wanted to nurture another Tiger Might army, it would be impossible without a few years and a huge amount of resources. And these few years would be when the Northern Wei dynasty was at its weakest. More importantly, after 2 wars, the Northern Wei dynasty had lost the hearts of the people. Many people had secretly fled to other dynasties. Everyone in the world now understood that the Thunderblaze dynasty and the Starfall dynasty might not be able to swallow the Northern Wei dynasty in one gulp, but it was very easy for them to slap you twice. Furthermore, you couldn't retaliate. Of course, they didn't have the strength to retaliate. Therefore, not only ordinary people, but some spirit cultivators also sought a higher position. The entire Northern Wei Empire had suffered a huge loss. The cause of all this was because Ling Shiqi had died in the Ashen Aeon world. Wei Xuandi was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? He was about to give up. As long as the dynasty wasn't destroyed during his reign, he would be satisfied. He leaned weakly on the dragon throne. His expression was haggard and somewhat melancholic. However, a eunuch hurriedly sent over a piece of information, causing Wei Xuandi to jump up. He wished he could tear down his palace. The content of the report was, the Thunderblaze dynasty's Western Wasteland king, Ling Shiqi, is not dead. He has safely returned to the Western Wasteland king's mansion. Wei Xuandi's veins were bulging, and the blood vessels in his eyes were twisting. He picked up the report again and read it word by word. Cold. 10. 7. You're not dead. If Ling Shiqi hadn't died in the Ashen Aeon world, the Thunderblaze dynasty definitely wouldn't have attacked them. They wouldn't even have a reason to send troops, much less the Starfall dynasty. But now, he was told that Ling Shiqi was not dead and had returned safely to the Western Wasteland imperial residence. Then wouldn't his Northern Wei Empire be in trouble for no reason? Wei Xuandi felt like eating someone alive. This Ling Shiqi, of all times, chose to appear at this time. He did it on purpose. Suddenly, Wei Xuandi was enlightened. That's right, all of this must be the Thunderblaze dynasty's scheme. They beat Ling Shiqi at his own game and made him fake his death, using this as an excuse to launch an expedition to the north. What was laughable was that the Thunderflame dynasty even directed and acted out a show of annihilating the Western Desolation monarch's residence. It was just a cover-up. This time, the Northern Wei Empire was really screwed over. Ling Shiqi did not know that Wei Xuandi was furious, and he did not care about it. He had indeed returned to the Western Desolation monarch's residence openly. At this moment, the monarch's residence was far inferior to before. It was still as big, but there were fewer people inside, making it appear a little desolate. Although he withdrew the order to attack the Western Desolation monarch's residence after devouring the soul avatar, the people who had left previously were too ashamed to return. Therefore, Ling Shiqi only saw a few dozen people when he walked into the monarch's residence. In such a huge monarch's residence, a few dozen people were too shabby. It could also be said that the Western Desolation monarch's residence was already fending for itself. When Leng Shiqi entered, the first person he saw was a servant. The servant glanced at him before continuing with his work. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and shouted as though he had seen a ghost. Then, he ran away. As he ran, he shouted, "Ghost! Ghost!" Leng Shiqi held his forehead. He did not inform the people here in advance because he wanted to see how many people were left in the monarch's residence. The servant's actions naturally attracted many people. Ren Yi, He Fei Chen and the others rushed over. When they saw Leng Shiqi, they were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. "What, you don't recognize me?" Leng Shiqi chuckled. The first to react was Ren Yi. He immediately knelt on the ground. This subordinate greets the monarch. The others did not know why Leng Shiqi was not dead, but he was standing in front of everyone. Thinking of the humiliation he had received during this time, He Fei Chen's eyes turned red. He also knelt down. This subordinate greets the monarch. Leng Shiqi looked at the people in front of him. Most of the people from the 28 guards were here, as well as a few old people like Ren Yi. There were also his subordinates from the north region. There were also some people from the Blood Robe Pavilion. They knew that Leng Shiqi was not dead, so they continued to hide here. However, they took the opportunity to transfer some of them away. Leng Shiqi comforted them with a few words and immediately ordered a banquet. These people were still willing to guard the Western Wasteland King's mansion. It could be seen that they were loyal and trustworthy. There was only one person who did not come, and that was Ozu. Ozu's status in the Western Wasteland King's mansion was very special. After the destruction of the Thousand Illusions Sword Sect, Leng Shiqi asked him to help guard the northern county's Dark Thunder Manor. Later on, when the Western Wasteland King's mansion was established, he had been living here as a guest. When the king's mansion was facing the pressure of the Cloud Shuttle Monarch, he did not leave. Now that Leng Shiqi had returned, he did not come out to welcome him. After a banquet, Leng Shiqi found Ozu alone. "You're recovering really quickly. In my eyes, you're like a cloud of fog." Ozu came up with this sentence. Leng Shiqi saw the strange look in Ozu's eyes. The string of beads he gave Ozu last time recorded a large number of deduction methods. He must have gained something. He asked, "What did you deduce this time?" Ozu was suddenly confused. He pointed up. Leng Shiqi subconsciously looked up and only saw the roof. "It's too strange. Recently, I've been studying a heaven-seeing technique that can see the fortune of heaven and earth. But what I saw was a cage." Ozu was puzzled. "Perhaps my cultivation is too low, and my deduction technique is not good enough." Hearing the word cage, Leng Shiqi could not help but think of something else. This world was constantly concealing the power of the laws of heaven and earth, preventing any living beings from coming into contact with the supreme power. To them, wasn't this a cage? A cage that restricted their pursuit of the heavenly Tao and further progress. Outside, the people in the king's mansion were alarmed by the sudden appearance of the phenomenon in the sky. Originally, everything was as usual. Everyone was still drunk and chatting and laughing. However, thousands of miles of colorful clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. Everyone unknowingly became immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Leng Shiqi, who was in the room, smiled. "I didn't expect her to come so quickly." "Who?" Ozu also noticed the commotion outside. Strangely, he felt a sense of familiarity with that power. Leng Shiqi said, "That person really has some connections with you and me. She is the palace master of the Divine Dream Palace, Meng Tianzong." Chapter 894. Who is it? It was the same word, but Ozu's tone was completely different. "You didn't hear wrongly. The supreme expert at the 10,000-year realm isn't dead. On the contrary, she has already recovered a lot of her strength. There aren't many people on this continent who can fight her," Leng Shiqi explained. "What is Meng Tianzong doing here? Is he here to look for you?" Leng Shiqi smiled mysteriously and said, "She knew that I was dead in the Ashen Aeon realm, but now that I've returned alive, she will definitely come to look for me." "Palace Master Meng, since you're here, why are you hiding?" "You're not dead," Meng Tianzong enunciated each word clearly. She was also surprised. Back when Leng Shiqi was trapped in the Ashen Aeon realm, the Heaven Ascension tribulation had descended in the spatial storm. After all, not everyone could survive the Heaven Ascension tribulation. 10,000 years ago, less than 1 in 10 mystic enlightening realm cultivators survived. Furthermore, Leng Shiqi had just grasped the power to destroy the world, so he didn't know how to use it. Under such circumstances, there was only one outcome: death. In fact, Meng Tianzong had concluded that Leng Shiqi would definitely die at that time. Later, she was frightened by the Heavenly Slayer tribulation, so she didn't care about Leng Shiqi's life or death. However, she didn't know that Leng Shiqi was the one who had attracted the Heavenly Slayer tribulation. If Leng Shiqi really didn't die, wouldn't he be at the Heaven Ascension realm? When Leng Shiqi reappeared in front of the world, he didn't hide his whereabouts. Many people saw him before he entered the Western Wilderness Monarch Manor, so the news had already spread. Meng Tianzong was still in the Myriad Laws mystic sect. When she learned of this matter, she instantly arrived. At that moment, she sized up Leng Shiqi. What made her puzzled was that she couldn't see through Leng Shiqi's cultivation realm. Her first thought was that it was impossible. She was once a Heaven Ascension realm expert who looked down on the world. Even if her cultivation hadn't recovered, she couldn't see through his cultivation realm. As for the secret technique to conceal his aura, it was even more laughable in front of Meng Tianzong. The more he acted like this, the more Leng Shiqi was puzzled. Seeing Meng Tianzong's surprised expression, Leng Shiqi chuckled and said, "Palace Lord Meng came here to ask this question." Meng Tianzong glanced at him and Ozu was stunned. Only then did she say, "Since you didn't die, you must have passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the heavenly tribulation." In her heart, she had always regarded Leng Shiqi as the reincarnation of the Netherworld Holy Lord. Passing through the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the Netherworld Holy Lord being reborn. Leng Shiqi looked straight at him without any fear. "Palace Master Meng, there's no need to test me. I'm not in the transcending heavenly tribulation, or rather, I don't even know what realm I'm in." Meng Tianzong's eyes flashed with a trace of battle intent, as if he was about to attack. Whether it was the Netherworld Saint Lord or not, he would know once they fought. Leng Shiqi naturally sensed it. He also wanted to see if his current strength could be on par with this expert from 10,000 years ago. The entire Western Wasteland King's mansion was instantly enveloped by 2 terrifying auras, as if the sky was collapsing. Everyone inside scrambled to run out. He Feichen's face was pale and cold sweat dripped down. "What's going on? Will the prince be all right? We no longer have the qualifications to interfere in the prince's affairs. Retreat as far as you can, don't implicate the prince." Renyi led everyone away quickly. Just as Leng Shiqi and Meng Tianzong were about to draw their swords, an unexpected person suddenly appeared. To be precise, it wasn't a person, but a dark figure. This was similar to the blood shadow Leng Shiqi had lived in the Delta Origi before, and the most eye-catching thing about this person was his eyes. One was like a dazzling star, the other was like the 9 Serenities hell. Netherworld Holy Lord. Meng Tianzong was surprised when he saw this person, then he looked at Leng Shiqi with even more confusion in his eyes. Seeing an old friend, Palace Master Meng is more than that. The Netherworld Holy Lord said lightly, then he looked at Leng Shiqi. The sudden appearance of the Netherworld Holy Lord was completely out of Leng Shiqi's expectations. He had seen this person in his dreams before, but he did not expect to see him in person now. He showed up openly with the intention of attracting Meng Tianzong, but instead he attracted such an uninvited guest. The key was that his previous body was inextricably linked to the Netherworld Holy Lord and the Netherworld Holy Lord. What was the purpose of the other party coming here? Moreover, Leng Shiqi could tell that the Netherworld Holy Lord's aura was not strong, only at the unity of heaven and man realm. Although the realm did not represent the other party's strength, it meant that the other party's condition was not good. The initiative seemed to be with Ling Shiqi, the Netherworld Holy Lord, who is rumored to control the mysterious Netherworld Holy Lord. "I've heard a lot about you," Ling Shiqi said indifferently. The Netherworld Holy Lord's expression did not change. He said, "Do you want to hear a story? Listen to a story." Ling Shiqi did not think that the Netherworld Holy Lord would come here to tell him a story. Besides, the Netherworld Holy Lord probably wanted to take over his previous body, just like how he took over his soul doppelganger. To a certain extent, they were mortal enemies. Now the Netherworld Holy Lord came to tell him a story. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. Meng Tianzong smiled and said, "I'm very curious. I'm all ears." This matter had nothing to do with Meng Tianzong, and it must involve some secrets. It was reasonable to say that she should not listen, but the Netherworld Holy Lord did not care. His expression changed, as if he was lost in his memories. He said bleakly, "Have you heard of the Master of Samsara?" The Master of Samsara. Hearing this name, Ling Shiqi could not help but be slightly surprised. He was familiar with this name. He had given himself this name when he appeared in the imperial capital. Obviously, the Netherworld Holy Lord was not talking about him. It was just a name he casually came up with. Who would have thought that it was the same name? The Master of Samsara. You mean the expert who was as famous as the Tsang Yuan Sword Saint? Meng Tianzong had heard of him. Yes. In that era, only the Master of Samsara and the Tsang Yuan Sword Saint were qualified to become saints. At that time, the laws of heaven and earth were not as thin as they are now. However, the fortune of heaven and earth could only accommodate one more saint spirit expert. In the end, the Tsang Yuan Sword Saint got that opportunity, but the Master of Samsara did not give up. In order to fight against the heavens, he thought of a way. At this point, the Nether Holy Lord paused for a moment. Ling Shiqi and Meng Tianzong were both lost in thought. Now that they were facing the same problem, they naturally wanted to know what the Master of Samsara had done. The Master of Samsara controlled one of the supreme laws of Samsara. The method he used was Samsara. The Netherworld Holy Lord said solemnly, however, no matter how many times he went through Samsara, he was still restricted by this world. After 2 reincarnations, he knew that it would not work. So he decided to use other powers, such as the power of bloodline. Chapter 895. Speaking of bloodline power, Ling Shiqi immediately thought of the Star Clan and the Dark Shadow Clan. On this continent, the bloodline power of these 2 clans was definitely the most powerful. However, the Nether Saint Lord did not mention the Star Clan and the Dark Shadow Clan. He said, at that time, the Master of Samsara wanted the bloodline power of the Star Clan the most. Although the Star Clan had already been destroyed, he knew that there were still some remnants of the Star Clan hiding in secret corners, trying to restore the Star Clan's former glory. The Master of Samsara secretly contacted the remnants of the Star Clan. Unfortunately, even though the bloodline power of the Star Clan was very thin, the level of their bloodline was still very high. Rashly taking their bloodline power was bound to fail. Therefore, the Master of Samsara decided to try to take the bloodline power of a lower level, which was the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan had been weak on the falling star continent for hundreds of thousands of years, but no one would underestimate the power of the Demon Clan. Because most of the Demon Clan had a much higher starting point than the Human Clan, they could easily obtain super strength, which originated from the power of their bloodline. The bloodlines of the Demon Clan were also very heterogeneous and uneven. For example, Nine Leaves' bloodline was an extremely rare one. However, what was the Nether Saint Lord trying to say? Could it be that the Master of Samsara had reincarnated into a demon clan? The Nether Saint Lord continued, you guessed right. The Master of Samsara did reincarnate into a demon clan. You may have heard of his name, the Demon Emperor of Huang Heaven. The Demon Emperor of Huang Heaven. Meng Tianzong could not help but exclaim in surprise. The Demon Emperor of Huang Heaven was the ruler of the far north wilderness tens of thousands of years ago. His strength was unfathomable. It was said that he had once fought against two reaching heaven realm experts of the human clan. He was really terrifying. The existence of the demon emperor had always been a thorn in the human clan's heart. They were always on guard against the counterattack of the demon clan. Strangely, the demon emperor of Huang Heaven had no intention of invading the human clan's territory. He had not shown up for many years. It was not until 10,000 years later that the human clan slowly relaxed. However, the Nether Saint Lord told them that the demon emperor of Huang Heaven was actually the reincarnation of the master of Samsara. If this spread out, no one would believe it. No one would dare to believe it. At this moment, Leng Shiqi suddenly thought of the shifter emperor that he had seen in his dream. Especially that pair of eyes with 6 ripples. Now that he thought about it, it was clearly the power of the law of reincarnation that controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Leng Shiqi was deep in thought. He had once dreamt of the demonic emperor of barren heaven, who was the reincarnation of the master of Samsara. Now that the Nether Hell Holy Lord had come to him to talk about this, it seemed like it had nothing to do with the Leng Shiqi. However, he vaguely saw through one thing in his heart. If the truth was as he thought, then the situation was too inconceivable. Before he could confirm it, he forced himself to stop thinking about it. Meng Tianzong murmured, "The law of reincarnation is actually so powerful. It turns out that the most terrifying thing about this law is not the battle, but the almost infinite life and infinite possibilities. The master of Samsara reincarnates continuously with his memories and powers, gaining all kinds of powers. If I were to fight him, I'd probably be defeated in a few moves. The law of reincarnation is undoubtedly mysterious and powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called one of the supreme laws." The Nether Hell Holy Lord suddenly sighed. But even if he obtained the power of the shifter race's bloodline, he still failed. Fortunately, the master of Samsara has mastered the way to seize the power of the bloodline. He continued to reincarnate. This time, he planned to reincarnate as a member of the Star Clan. No, to be exact, he became a member of the human clan with the bloodline of the Star Clan, the Zhuge family. Leng Shiqi's expression changed. He was related to the Zhuge family. Zhuge Puha had once said that the ancestors of the Zhuge family were born from the union of the Star Clan and the human clan. After the Star Clan was destroyed, the Zhuge family shouldered the mission of reviving the Star Clan. It had been so for so many years. However, he didn't expect that one of Zhuge Puha's ancestors was the reincarnation of the Master of Samsara. The Master of Samsara awakened the bloodline of the Star Clan as he wished. He used all kinds of methods to stimulate the power of the bloodline to the maximum. He was almost no weaker than a real member of the Star Clan. Unfortunately, he did it too late. This world not only shielded the power of principle, but also the power of the bloodline. Therefore, the power of the bloodline weakened as time passed. The Master of Samsara realized that even if he mastered the law of Samsara and had the bloodline of both the Monster Clan and the Star Clan, he still wasn't sure that he could succeed. Coincidentally, the falling star continent welcomed a group of uninvited guests, the Dark Shadow Clan. The Dark Shadow Clan was not only powerful, but also had strange and unpredictable abilities. They were even more difficult to deal with than the Star Clan. It took a long time for the human clan to discover them. Fortunately, the Dark Shadow Clan didn't have a large population and they didn't have the desire to occupy the falling star continent. They just wanted a place to settle down. At that time, the human clan was constantly attacking each other. It wasn't easy to unite and eliminate the Dark Shadow Clan. Just like how they dealt with the Monster Clan, they let the Dark Shadow Clan live in the barren land of the South Sea. When the Master of Samsara learned about this, he came up with a plan. If he could get the bloodline power of the Monster Clan, the Star Clan, and the Dark Shadow Clan at the same time, he might be able to take a gamble. As a member of the Star Clan, he started to contact the Dark Shadow Clan. This trip not only prepared him for his reincarnation into the Dark Shadow Clan, but also gave him some unexpected information. Speaking of this, the Nether Saint Lord hesitated for a while. Eventually, he said, it turns out that the Star Clan and the Dark Shadow Clan came from the same place. Everyone on the Falling Star continent knew that the Star Clan had suddenly come to this continent, but no one knew where they came from. Ling Shiqi and Meng Tianzong couldn't help but concentrate. However, the Nether Saint Lord didn't talk about this. He continued to tell the story of the Master of Samsara. What he said next shocked Ling Shiqi. Later, the Master of Samsara secretly joined hands with the Dark Shadow Clan and created the Nether Temple. Ling Shiqi knew that the Nether Temple was created by the Dark Shadow Clan, but he didn't expect that the Star Clan and the Master of Samsara were involved in it. More importantly, the Nether Saint Lord had talked a lot, and finally, he was talking about himself. Meng Tianzong looked at the Nether Saint Lord and Ling Shiqi with an odd face. Then, the Master of Samsara reincarnated and became the Nether Saint Lord. The Nether Saint Lord didn't deny. Turns out that you're not only the Nether Saint Lord but also the Master of Samsara. That year, we had a lot of grudges. But now, it seems like you've never used your full strength. My enemy isn't you or anyone in the same era. It's God. Meng Tianzong kept silent for a while. Then, he wore a strange face. I've guessed that Ling Shiqi is your reincarnation. So, he's the Master of Samsara. But why are you still alive? The Nether Saint Lord looked at Ling Shiqi. I'm the Master of Samsara, but I'm not the Master of Samsara. You're the Master of Samsara, but you're not the Master of Samsara. Chapter 896. The Nether Saint Lord's words were complicated, but Ling Shiqi understood what he meant. He had mastered the rule of reincarnation. Although he had only grasped the surface of it, he knew that it was impossible to reincarnate endlessly without any cost. The Master of Reincarnation had reincarnated several times, so something must have happened. He was sure that even though the Master of Reincarnation had merged the bloodlines of the Monster Clan, the Star Clan, and the Dark Shadow Clan, he still failed in the end. Otherwise, today's scene would not have happened. The Nether Saint Lord said that he was the Master of Reincarnation, but he was not the Master of Reincarnation. He must have made a mistake in this reincarnation. Just as you thought, the Master of Reincarnation failed again. Of course, he didn't give up. He thought of other ways. The Master of Reincarnation passed several calamities of Heaven's Slayer and found a glimmer of hope. All the powers we have come from this world. It's impossible to use these powers to fight against heaven. If he can control powers that don't belong to this world, he will have a chance. Hearing this, Meng Tianzong opened his eyes and fell into contemplation. Ling Shiqi could no longer maintain his calm, because every word the Nether Hell Saint Lord said was closer and closer to the guesses in his heart. The Master of Reincarnation came up with a crazy idea. He wanted to reincarnate into another world and then reincarnate with the powers of that world. After reincarnating so many times, his soul became weaker and weaker. Even the will of heaven and earth remembered his soul because he had gone through so many calamities. Therefore, he had no confidence. If he failed again, he might not have another chance. He had to make all the arrangements in advance. My existence was one of them. Before his next reincarnation, he separated a wisp of his consciousness to continue to manage the Nether Temple and become its guide. Therefore, I prefer to call myself the Nether Saint Lord. This time, he failed, but he also succeeded. He successfully sent his soul into another world. However, he could not predict what kind of world it would be. He could only rely on his luck. However, it was a world without spiritual chi. Not to mention the will of heaven and earth, even the lowest level of cultivators did not exist. He thought he had failed. When he used all his strength and his soul was almost withered, he finally returned to this world. Suddenly, he found that his soul and aura were completely new. It was a brand new soul, a soul that did not belong to this world. Even though it was extremely weak, it contained endless potential. In the current world, if there's one person with the greatest chance of overcoming the Heavenly Slayer tribulation, it's definitely him. At this moment, Ling Shiqi's breathing was somewhat heavy. The truth had been revealed in front of him. Even though it was exactly as he had guessed, hearing it from the Netherworld Saint Lord's mouth still gave him a feeling of shock. When he first arrived in this world, he did wonder why he had transmigrated here. He never had an answer, and as time passed, he gave up. It turned out that he had not transmigrated to this world, but had returned to this world. For the Lord of Samsara, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, those years on earth were just a drop in the ocean. At the same time, Leng Shiqi also had a big doubt or worry. He couldn't help but ask, what about the Master of Samsara? The Netherworld Saint Lord replied, you seem to be worried that the Master of Samsara will awaken and occupy your consciousness. In fact, you don't need to worry about this. Samsara is not a possession. Your whole life is real. He is you, but you are not completely him. Moreover, the Master of Samsara has transmigrated to two worlds, which is not something a reaching heaven state can bear. His consciousness has almost disappeared, and only I am left. I don't have much time left, and I have a few last things to tell you. Dispelling the biggest worry in his heart, Leng Shiqi quickly accepted his identity. Anyway, one more would not be too much, and one less would not be too little. Meng Tianzong was even more confused. It was reasonable to say that the relationship between the Master of Samsara, the Netherworld Saint Lord, and Leng Shiqi was a top secret. How could an outsider like her hear it? Moreover, she heard it clearly from the beginning to the end. There were only two possibilities. First, the Netherworld Saint Lord wanted to kill her to get rid of this hidden danger for Leng Shiqi. Second, the Netherworld Saint Lord had a request for her. Meng Tianzong felt that the second possibility was more likely. After all, the Netherworld Saint Lord in front of him was very weak. In addition, Leng Shiqi, who had not fully grasped the power of laws, could not kill her. The Netherworld Saint Lord sighed and said, everything has been arranged for you in this life. According to the plan, you will first contact the Zhuge family and use their heritage to establish your own force. Then, you will join forces with the Netherworld Temple to dominate a region and even unify the continent. I will secretly guide you to the Ashen Aeon world, where the Master of Samsara left behind the strongest legacy before he dissipated. It is the power he comprehended after experiencing several heavenly slayer tribulations. Who knew that your experience would be completely different from what you expected? Fortunately, the results are similar. You have to use the power you obtain carefully. It is enough to make the will of heaven and earth fear it. If you use it rashly, you will definitely attract the attention of heaven and earth. With your current strength, you will definitely die. Leng Shiqi had no doubts about this. He had personally experienced it, and he had died a total of 4 times. This also proved the power of the world extermination power. The Master of Samsara left you more than that power. After I dissipate, the Zhuge family and the Netherworld Temple will be yours. Apart from that, the most important thing to the Master of Samsara is also yours. Meng Tianzong's eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. The Master of Samsara's final item was undoubtedly the Samsara law. This was one of the supreme laws. Even Meng Tianzong coveted it. If Leng Shiqi obtained the Samsara law, coupled with the mysterious power in the Ashen Aeon world, it might not take long for Leng Shiqi's strength to surpass hers. Meng Tianzong's eyes were deep. No one could tell what she was thinking. She asked, I have a question. Legend has it that the Ashen Aeon world is the passage to leave the falling star continent. Why did it become a spatial storm? It is indeed a passage. It is the passage that the star race and the dark shadow race used to enter the falling star continent. However, it is extremely unstable. The dark shadow race only barely managed to enter the falling star continent after losing more than half of their people. After that, the passage collapsed. Otherwise, the Master of Samsara would have left the continent to search for other opportunities. Speaking of the passage, there is an even more stable passage on the main road. This is why I let you know everything. Not long after, the holy city would appear, and the only path was there. At that time, you will join forces with Leng Shiqi to control the holy city. Chapter 897. The Sacred City. Leng Shiqi had never heard of the sacred city. Meng Tianzong frowned and thought for a while before asking in surprise, "Does the sacred city really exist?" "Of course." The Nether Saint Lord explained, "In the antiquity times, the four saints disappeared without a trace. It was said that they built a magnificent sacred city before they disappeared. No one knew what was in the sacred city, but since it was left by the four saints, it must be extraordinary. However, after tens of thousands of years, no one has ever seen the sacred city. Over time, the sacred city became a legend. The master of Samsara didn't know that the sacred city really existed until he was reincarnated into the Star Clan. Because the sacred city was built by the Star Clan in the beginning." The Nether Saint Lord revealed another shocking secret. The Star Clan has never thought of completely occupying this continent. They have been accumulating power to return to their original place. However, they didn't expect that all of this would become the human clan's wedding dress. If I'm not wrong, the four saints and many other Holy Spirit experts left the falling star continent through the sacred city, so the sacred city is your last hope. Only by leaving the falling star continent and going to a wider world can you take the last step." "Well, I've said what I wanted to say. You can guess what I don't want to say. There are only two things left. First, are you willing to join forces with Leng Shiqi?" "Of course I'm willing." Meng Tianzong agreed without hesitation. The Netherworld Holy Lord's words had given her a clear path. It could be said that it had saved her a lot of trouble and time. She was willing to accept this favor. Moreover, Leng Shiqi was the reincarnation of the Master of Samsara. When he recovered his strength, he would only be stronger than Meng Tianzong. It would be great to have such an ally. "Very good. Leng Shiqi, are you willing to accept the will of the Master of Samsara and inherit everything he has?" The Nether Saint Lord asked Leng Shiqi. It was impossible for Leng Shiqi to refuse. However, he was subconsciously vigilant. He felt uneasy about suddenly gaining a lot of unimaginable benefits. Whether it was taking over the Zhuge family, the Nether Temple, or obtaining the power of the Master of Samsara, each of these things was enough to drive anyone crazy, and he could easily obtain all of them. He didn't like this kind of pie in the sky. Every gain came with a price, so what was the price he had to pay? Besides, the Master of Samsara had experienced tens of thousands of years of trials and hardships, while his two lives added up to only a few decades. When he accepted the power of the Lord of Samsara, would he still be himself? "Are you hesitating?" The Nether Saint Lord saw through Leng Shiqi's thoughts and nodded instead. "Let's not talk about anything else. Your will and vigilance are admirable. Everything that you have obtained belongs to you. If there is a price to pay, it is to inherit the will of the Lord of Samsara. The will to fight against the heavens. If you give up pursuing the final realm for pleasure, you will be devoured by the will of the Master of Samsara, and your body and soul will be destroyed. Of course, there is a certain risk in the process of accepting the power of the Master of Samsara. I call it the memory storm. You will be attacked by the memory storm. During this process, if you don't stay true to yourself, your memory will be assimilated. In other words, you will be taken over by the Master of Samsara. On the other hand, if you survive, you will still be you, but it will be equivalent to obtaining the inheritance of the Master of Samsara." "I understand," Leng Shiqi said. "I am willing to give it a try. You are growing much faster than expected. I thought it would take 100 years for you to reach this step. We have miscalculated. But this is good. Since you can jump out of the path we gave you, you can also jump out of the shackles of this world." Leng Shiqi knew very well that the only thing that the Master of Samsara didn't expect was that he had obtained a system when he came back. It was because of the system that his growth was far beyond the Master of Samsara's expectations. It was also because of the system that he chose to ignore the terrifying background of the Zhuge family. Thinking of this system, Leng Shiqi's mind flashed with a few wisps of inspiration. However, before he could catch that wisp of inspiration, the Netherworld Holy Lord suddenly waved his hands, and Leng Shiqi instantly arrived in a starry night. The Nether Saint Lord looked solemn. He pointed to himself and said, I will pass the power of the master of samsara to you later, but before that, I have a few words of advice for you. Meng Tianzong can cooperate with her and make use of each other, but you can never trust her. When you merge with the memory of the master of samsara, you will know the deepest secrets of the holy city. Remember, you must never tell anyone. In addition, the Star Clan and the Dark Shadow Clan both came from a place called the Zhongyuan continent, where a war broke out millions of years ago. It is said that there was only one continent in this world at first, but because of the war, the continent fell apart. The Star tribe discovered the Falling Star continent by accident. The Falling Star continent was at most an island. Strangely, the continent was not separated from the Zhongyuan continent. Instead, it was located in a space fragment. In order to escape from the war, the Star Clan opened a space tunnel to the continent. You know what happened after that. However, they gradually found that the power of law and the power of blood on this continent were getting weaker and weaker, so they had to return to the Zhongyuan continent. Moreover, a long time had passed, so the war might have ended. Unfortunately, the space tunnel they came through was unstable, so they had to open a new one, so they started to build the holy city. The 4 saints and some Holy Spirit experts left the Falling Star continent through that tunnel. Now that hundreds of thousands of years have passed, it is unknown whether the tunnel is still stable, but it is your last way. There is no time. Let's start. Without waiting for Leng Shiqi to digest this huge secret, the Nether Saint Lord turned into a gray flowing light and went straight between Leng Shiqi's eyebrows. Immediately, a terrifying wave of memories swarmed in, and it seemed to overturn Leng Shiqi's sea of consciousness. The nether chi around Leng Shiqi rose to the sky, and the Dharma body of the Emperor of Fengdu appeared. The law of samsara protected him, and he planned to resist the storm of memories. Suddenly, there was a change. The terrifying storm of memories suddenly became extremely gentle, like a warm ocean enveloping Leng Shiqi. Bit by bit, the memories merged into his mind, and the whole process was as smooth as flowing water. After an unknown period of time, Leng Shiqi opened his eyes and stretched out his hands with a strange expression. Then, 2 groups of almost identical ripples appeared in his palms. Strange, the law of samsara from the underworld is different from the law of samsara of the master of samsara. Chapter 898. At this moment, Leng Shiqi was holding the transmigration law. In his left hand was the transmigration law of the underworld, and in his right hand was the transmigration law of the dominator of samsara. They looked similar on the surface, but Leng Shiqi knew clearly that there was a certain difference between them. It was difficult to express that feeling. They were the same thing, but they gave him a different feeling. It was like food made with the same ingredients, but different chefs made different tastes. Leng Shiqi thought that the dominator of samsara reincarnated to earth to find a power that did not belong to this world. However, the dominator of samsara did not expect that earth's spiritual power had long been exhausted. There were no cultivators left, let alone strong power. Leng Shiqi stared carefully at the transmigration law in his left hand. This was a power that did not belong to this world. Not only the transmigration law, but also the underworld, the system, and the things from the system were all powers that did not belong to this world. From the words of the Holy Lord of the Netherworld and the memory of the dominator of samsara, one had to go through the calamity of heaven and earth to become a saint. You were born in this world, and all your power came from this world. It was almost impossible to resist the will of heaven and earth. The dominator of samsara was right. And Leng Shiqi happened to do something similar. That was to wipe out the system. After he got the system, he had always been vigilant of it. In the process of growth, he did not completely rely on the system. Instead, he used the system to create his own spiritual techniques. Because of this, he could wipe out the system's consciousness and become the system's manager. Therefore, he could conclude that the dominator of samsara did not go down the wrong path. And it was very suitable for Leng Shiqi. The system was his biggest reliance. If he used the system well, he might be able to take that step. However, if he used the system too much, he would gradually be assimilated by the system and eventually become the next system's consciousness. He had to control it well. While Leng Shiqi was thinking, the scene around him shattered and he returned to the original room. Meng Tianzong was still standing beside him. Seeing him awake, she said, "Should I call you the master of samsara or the king of western wilderness?" The Holy Lord of the Netherworld had said that Leng Shiqi might not be able to accept the power of the master of samsara, so she had to confirm who the person in front of her was. "Palace Master Meng, you must be joking." "I am still me." "Then congratulations to Your Highness Western Wasteland King for obtaining such a great opportunity." Now, Leng Shiqi had obtained everything that belonged to the Lord of Samsara. Not only did he obtain the law of Samsara, but he also controlled the Zhuge family and the Nether Temple. Even Meng Tianzong had to treat him as an equal. Leng Shiqi didn't feel anything. He was more concerned about Meng Tianzong's next plan. He asked tentatively, "Palace Master Meng, you're extremely powerful. The memory of the Master of Samsara has not completely merged with mine. If Palace Master Meng acts now, you might be able to take everything away." He wasn't lying about this. The memory of the Master of Samsara was as vast as the sea. It wasn't something that he could easily absorb in a short period of time. The merging process would take at least a few years to complete. Of course, he mainly wanted to see Meng Tianzong's attitude. Meng Tianzong smiled. "You don't have to test me like this. Don't forget that we're allies now. At least until we enter the sacred city and find the passageway." Her words were very clear. Leng Shiqi felt much more at ease. Speaking of the sacred city, after receiving part of the memory of the Master of Samsara, he finally knew that the legend of the sacred city had always existed. He just hadn't explored it. There was a world sect ranking on the continent. It listed the most powerful sects on the continent. Among them, the Yin and Yang temples, the 3 dynasties, and the 4 saint spiritual regions were the most powerful. They were called extraordinary sects. Leng Shiqi had never paid attention to it before. The world sect ranking from the Yin and Yang temples all the way to the Shifang family was ranked from 2 to 10. Then there should be another sect above the Yin and Yang temples. However, the Yin and Yang temples on the Falling Star continent were very mysterious. Even now, Leng Shiqi didn't know which sect was opposing the Nether Temple. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that the Yin and Yang temples were the most powerful sections. In fact, the top sect on the world sect ranking was the Sacred City. The Sacred City. When the Sacred City appeared, the whole world worshipped it. As the largest intelligence network on the continent, the Wind Tower naturally knew of the Sacred City's existence. However, the Sacred City hadn't appeared for so long that it had become an illusory legend. Therefore, the Wind Tower didn't announce the Sacred City to the world. At the same time, the Wind Tower felt that if the Sacred City didn't appear, no one in the world could claim to be number 1. Therefore, they left the top spot on the world sect ranking empty. From the memory of the Master of Samsara, the Sacred City was originally built by the Star Race. It was only later that the 4 saints completed it. Other than confirming that there was a passageway to the outside world, no one knew the secrets of the Sacred City. No wonder the Nether Temple wanted to find a helper for Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi's greatest advantage now was that after obtaining the power and memory of the Master of Samsara, the bloodlines of the Star Race and the Dark Shadow Race in his body had been stimulated to the extreme. He could vaguely sense the approximate location of the Sacred City. The Master of Samsara had once speculated that the accumulated power of the Sacred City was gradually weakening. It would appear one day. If he counted, that time would be in the next few decades. In the shortest period of 10 years, and the longest period of 50 years, the Holy City would be born. Before the Sacred City appeared, Leng Shiqi had to increase his strength to the maximum. Moreover, Meng Tianzong's strength hadn't fully recovered. They both needed time. He said bluntly, "Palace Master Meng, the Sacred City will appear in 10 years or 50 years. Can your strength recover to its peak?" Meng Tianzong frowned slightly and then relaxed. "It's enough. I have to go back to the wonderful sect. You can contact me through this mark." She left behind a rainbow butterfly and then left. Leng Shiqi snickered in his heart. Meng Tianzong's strength wouldn't be restored so easily. He had to use some tricks. He was too lazy to care about Meng Tianzong. Right now, he had to deal with some things on his own. I need a lot of merit points to upgrade the Mansion of the Dead. I have to start preparing for the war in the Zhulu country. It's time to settle the matter with the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Soon after, colorful auspicious clouds shone over the Western Wilderness Mansion. The powerful chi of heaven and earth constantly stirred the wind and clouds. This strange phenomenon alarmed countless people. Naturally, the people of the Western Wilderness Mansion were the first to know. Ren Ye's face was red with excitement. He shouted, "His Highness has finally broken through to the Sky Origin Realm." Chapter 899. Leng Shiqi, the king of the Western Baron, had broken through to the Sky Origin stage and shocked the entire Western Baron state. Everyone knew that he had defeated several Sky Origin stage cultivators when he was in the Unity of Heaven and Man stage. Now that he had broken through to the Sky Origin stage, how terrifying would his strength be? At least in the Western Baron state, there was almost no one who could match him. The people who had been criticizing Leng Shiqi immediately became obedient. In just a few days, the Western Baron Royal Palace had become the focus of the Western Baron state. Countless guests came to visit. It was 10 times more prosperous than before the Royal Palace had declined. It was very real and very realistic. This matter had caused a great shock in the imperial capital. The Dark Thunder Guards, the Discipline Commission, the court officials, and the Imperial Hall of Worship were all shocked. There was no other reason. Leng Shiqi was too young. It had only been a few years since he joined the Dark Thunder Guards. He had gone from an ordinary spiritual pulse stage cultivator to a Sky Origin stage cultivator who stood at the peak. Just this cultivation speed alone was unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. In addition to being shocked, the court officials were more terrified. Not long ago, they had tried to suppress the Western Baron Royal Palace. If Xian Haoying had not stood up, the Western Baron Royal Palace would have been destroyed. Now, Leng Shiqi had not only come back from the dead, but also immediately broken through to the Sky Origin stage. Whether it was strength or status, he was a supreme existence. If Leng Shiqi wanted to take revenge on them, it would be very easy. They did not know that the king they saw every day in the court was just a clone of Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi did not care about those people. At the moment, he was entertaining a guest, the leader of the Blood Garment Pavilion in the Western Baron state, Yi Shao. Congratulations to the king of the Western Baron for breaking through to the Sky Origin stage and standing among the strong. Yi Shao was a smiling old man. He had a very humble attitude. Leng Shiqi was very clear about Yi Shao's intentions. He was from the Blood Garment Pavilion. Not only was he the king of the Western Baron, but he was also a Sky Origin stage cultivator. At the same time, he was also one of the 4 leaders of the Dark Thunder Guards. He alone was enough to promote the Blood Cloak Pavilion's Blood Seed plan. He dared to assert that the Night Owl was just an outpost, and the higher-ups of the Blood Garment Pavilion were probably already on their way here. Leng Shiqi said bluntly, "I know the purpose of your visit. Since I am from the Blood-Clothed Pavilion, I will do my best if something happens to my sect." These words made Yi Shao feel relieved. After learning that Leng Shiqi had broken through to the Sky Origin stage, the General Pavilion of the Blood-Robed Pavilion had immediately ordered him to test Leng Shiqi. After all, people changed. Leng Shiqi's strength and power had already exceeded the control of the Blood Garment Pavilion. If he was unwilling to complete the Blood Seed plan with the Blood Garment Pavilion, there seemed to be no better way than to fight to the death. From the looks of it, Leng Shiqi was not an ingrate. "Since that's the case, I'll thank your highness in advance. The Pavilion Master and the others are on their way here. As for the specifics, they'll have to discuss it with your highness. However, it's not appropriate for them to enter the mansion openly." "It doesn't matter. I'll welcome the Pavilion Master in advance. The Night Owl Pavilion can rest in the mansion for a few days." The Night Owl bowed and left. In just 7 days, Ling Shiqi sensed 3 auras of the sky origin stage approaching rapidly outside the spirit sealing strange valley. His figure flashed and he was dozens of miles away from the spirit sealing strange valley. In front of him, 3 spiritual lights were shooting toward him. Disciple Ling Shiqi greets the Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master, and Master. Ling Shiqi stood in the air and cupped his fists. The 3 people who came were the Blood Garment Pavilion Master, Hateful Blade, Deputy Pavilion Master, Black Frost Ghost, and Wu Xiang. 2 of the 3 were the highest leaders of the Blood-Robed Pavilion, and Wu Xiang was Ling Shiqi's master. They came together to show enough respect to Ling Shiqi. Hateful Blade and the other 2 secretly exchanged glances and found that Ling Shiqi's attitude was also very good. This was a very good start. Black Frost Ghost was the first to speak. The power of the Western Desolation King is not much weaker than the Blood-Robed Pavilion. The word, disciple, is not something we can afford. Deputy Pavilion Master, you must be joking. I can be where I am today because of the great efforts of the sect. This is not the place to talk, please come into the mansion. Ling Shiqi said modestly and quietly led the 3 to his study. From the beginning to the end, Pavilion Master Hateful Blade did not speak, but stared at Ling Shiqi. When Ling Shiqi first saw Hateful Blade, he found that he was already at the peak of the sky origin stage. Adding to his proficiency in assassination, there were not many spirit cultivators below the spirit comprehending stage that could escape from his assassination. Hateful Blade's body in particular had a very weak aura of law lingering around it. He should have found his own path and knocked on the door to the spirit comprehending stage. Of course, he could only be considered to have found a way, but breaking through to the spirit comprehending stage was still far away. The reason why Hateful Blade paid so much attention to Ling Shiqi was not because of anything else, but because he felt that the aura on Ling Shiqi's body was very strange. Hateful Blade had killed many sky origin stage cultivators, so he was very sensitive to auras. Ling Shiqi's aura did not seem to belong to the sky origin stage. Ling Shiqi's body seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible mysterious fog, making it impossible for others to see through. In fact, Ling Shiqi's realm was indeed not the sky origin stage, but neither was it the spirit comprehending stage, nor was it the spirit comprehending stage. Even he himself did not know what realm he was in. It could be said that he had already broken the inherent division of realms. He had grasped several types of laws, and had also passed the spirit comprehending tribulation, and even the heavenly death tribulation. However, the spirit comprehending tribulation had ended before it began, so he was not in the spirit comprehending stage. It could only be said that he was in between the spirit comprehending stage and the spirit comprehending stage. Perhaps when he completely mastered the law of reincarnation and the power of world destruction, he would not be inferior to the spirit comprehending stage. When they arrived at the study, Ink Frost Ghost went straight to the point. The king of the Western Desert must have already guessed our purpose of coming here. We are preparing to complete the Blood Seed plan, and the king of the Western Desert is the most important part of it. Ling Shiqi was also very straightforward. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. We plan to rise up in a year and announce to the world that the Blood Garment Pavilion has walked out of the darkness and will no longer be a sword hidden in the darkness. Only in this way can the Blood Garment Pavilion advance further. This is the wish of generations of our people. At that time, who knows how many sects and forces in the world will come to suppress the Blood Garment Pavilion. After all, over the years, countless people have died at our hands. Those grudges will not disappear, they will only accumulate. Once they explode, it will be very terrifying. You only need to do 2 things. First, try to control the sects and forces in your jurisdiction as much as possible. Don't let them come to attack the Blood Garment Pavilion, especially the first-rate sects and top sects. Second, if possible, I hope you can hide your identity and help us. Chapter 900. Ling Shiqi agreed to Ink Frost Ghoul Man's request without any hesitation. His straightforwardness caught the other party off guard. They had prepared a lot of good things and had even brought Wu Xiang along. They wanted to use all kinds of methods to get Ling Shiqi to cooperate with them. At this moment, even Wu Xiang felt that he had misjudged Ling Shiqi. After all, in his impression, Ling Shiqi was definitely someone who would not act unless there was an incentive. Ink Frost Ghoul Man was still a little worried. He said, "Does the king of the Western Wilderness not have any conditions?" Ling Shiqi smiled. "It's my duty to help the sect. However, since the Vice Pavilion Master has spoken, I do have a small condition." "Go ahead." "If the Blood Garment Pavilion can survive this crisis, I will have made a great contribution. Therefore, I want to be a Pavilion Master candidate." Pavilion Master candidate. Currently, in the Blood Garment Pavilion, Wu Xiang, Feng Shamo, and Hua Luiyue were all Pavilion Master candidates. Among them, Wu Xiang had already broken through to the Sky Origin stage. It was said that Hua Luiyue was in seclusion and might break through at any time. Although Feng Shamo's cultivation was low, he was the Pavilion Master's direct disciple. It was hard to say who among the three would get the position of Pavilion Master. Of course, this would all have to wait until the Blood Garment Pavilion survived this crisis. Ling Shiqi's condition was to be the fourth candidate. In terms of cultivation, he and Wu Xiang were both in the Sky Origin stage. Speaking of which, as Wu Xiang's disciple, he wanted to compete with Wu Xiang for the position of Pavilion Master. If it were anyone else, they would have turned hostile and called him an ingrate on the spot. However, Wu Xiang smiled and said, "You actually have this idea. That's great. Pavilion Master, I'm willing to give up the position of Pavilion Master candidate and give it to Ling Shiqi." Hen Dao spoke for the first time. If the sect can complete the Blood Seed plan, the pavilion has nothing else to ask for and will naturally step down from the position of Pavilion Master. The candidates are recommended by the higher-ups of the sect. How can they be given up just like that? You master and disciple competing openly will be a good story. His words tacitly agreed with Ling Shiqi's conditions. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Hateful Blade and the other two did not speak any more nonsense. With Ling Shiqi's promise, they should go back and prepare. After sending the three away, Ling Shiqi began to make plans for himself. The reason he wanted to become a Pavilion Master candidate of the Blood Garment Pavilion was so that he could enter the Blood Garment Pavilion in the future. Whether it was Feng Shamo, Hua Luiyue, or Wu Xiang, there was no doubt that their cultivation talents were the best. Unfortunately, all three of them had some flaws in their personalities. Wu Xiang's temper was too casual, Feng Shamo was too extreme, and Hua Luiyue only cared about cultivation. There was nothing good or bad about a person's character, but if he were to become the sect leader of a top sect, then he would not be able to do it. For example, Hateful Blade's personality was very similar to Hua Luiyue's. He only knew how to cultivate in seclusion all day long. Most of the affairs of the Blood Garment Pavilion were managed by the Deputy Pavilion Master, Black Frost Ghost. In this way, it would be easy for the internal division of power to occur. Fortunately, the Blood Garment Pavilion was wholeheartedly devoted to the Blood Seed plan. Otherwise, the Blood Garment Pavilion would have fallen into internal strife long ago. Therefore, Wu Xiang and the other two were not very suitable to succeed the position of Pavilion Master. However, Ling Shiqi was different. Not only was his cultivation talent monstrous, but he was also in charge of the Dark Thunder Guards and the Western Wilderness Imperial Palace. With such a person leading the Blood Garment Pavilion, Hateful Blade would be relieved to step down. This was also the reason why Wu Xiang and Hateful Blade immediately agreed to Ling Shiqi's condition. Ling Shiqi had a very big plan in mind. He needed the Blood Garment Pavilion's powerful intelligence and assassination abilities. He was determined to get the Blood Garment Pavilion. The uprising of the Blood Garment Pavilion would happen a year later, and this year could not be wasted. He planned to upgrade the Mansion of the Dead as soon as possible during this year. After receiving the memories of the Reincarnation Master, his use of the law of reincarnation had reached its peak. He only needed to slowly adapt to it. Every time the Mansion of the Dead was upgraded, it would bring about a huge change. It was also a huge variable. The next upgrade of the Mansion of the Dead required about 50,000 merit points. He had to start a war. The three empires of the Starfall continent had just stabilized. It was impossible to start a war rashly, so he could only attack the 6 empires of the western region. It's time to annex the Beilu country. While Lin Shiqi was planning, he suddenly felt several strange fluctuations in the Mansion of the Dead. He immediately teleported into the Mansion of the Dead and saw a scene that surprised him. At this time, the Mansion of the Dead was covered with dark clouds. These were not ordinary dark clouds. They were emitting a strong heavenly might. Lin Shiqi was familiar with this aura. It was the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud was full of strange black lightning, and it was condensing above the dark beast ridge. Lin Shiqi was just about to go and check it out when he saw 4 lightning strikes instantly. At the same time, 4 different screams came from the dark beast ridge. There are demonic beasts going through the tribulation. There's more than one. Lin Shiqi was a little incredulous. Is it Lu Ho and the other rank 6 demonic beasts? Strange, why would the tribulation cloud appear in the Mansion of the Dead? Heavenly tribulation was a divine punishment from the will of heaven and earth for something that should not exist. When the demonic beasts cultivated to rank 7, they could take human form and control heaven and earth origin energy. They were completely separated from their original form of existence. If it were the outside world, Lin Shiqi would not be so surprised. Lu Ho and the other rank 6 demonic beasts were the strongest group of demonic beasts in the demonic miasma mountain range. They had also absorbed a large amount of netherworld energy in the Mansion of the Dead and had undergone many changes. It was reasonable for them to have a chance to break through to rank 7. The strange thing was that they were actually going through the tribulation in the Mansion of the Dead. The Mansion of the Dead could only be regarded as a secret realm. It was a small independent space, but there were no heaven and earth laws. It was impossible for heavenly tribulation to exist. However, everything in front of him could not be fake. Moreover, the lightning was not the purple lightning that Nine Leaf had when he was going through the tribulation cloud. It was black lightning. This meant that the Mansion of the Dead was not a simple spatial secret realm. There were complete heaven and earth laws inside. In other words, the Mansion of the Dead was clearly a small world. So that's how it is. The Mansion of the Dead can send souls into the cycle of reincarnation. This shows that the Mansion of the Dead is special. I should have thought of it earlier. This change made Lin Shiqi even more eager to upgrade the Mansion of the Dead. What would it be like when the Mansion of the Dead was upgraded to the final stage? He was looking forward to it. Lin Shiqi stood in mid-air and continued to observe the situation in the Dark Beast Ridge. The second lightning in the tribulation cloud was brewing. He did not make a move. As the Lord of the Mansion of the Dead, he could make these tribulation clouds dissipate at any time. However, Lu Ho and the others could not break through to rank 7. If they wanted to obtain greater power, they had to pay a price. Whoosh! Black lightning rolled down. The second, third, and finally, the tribulation cloud dissipated. 3 roars of beasts pierced the sky from the Dark Beast Ridge. Chapter 901. Lin Shiqi arrived at the underworld Beast Ridge in a flash and saw 3 people. The first person was a young man. He was not tall, and there was a tuft of yellow hair at the front of his short black hair. He was scratching his ears and cheeks as he looked around. Not far from him was a skinny middle-aged man with a gloomy face. It was written on his face that strangers should not come near him. Especially his pair of eagle-like eyes, which were daunting. The last person was a little girl in a long green dress. She had a pretty face and looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. After Lin Shiqi appeared, the 3 of them knelt on the ground at the same time and shouted respectfully, "Lu Ho greets the master. Een Falcon greets the master. Ching greets the master." They were the monkey, the strange bird, and the green snake. They turned into human forms after passing the heavenly tribulation in the underworld. Passing the heavenly tribulation in the underworld was equivalent to gaining the recognition of the underworld. As the master of the underworld, Lin Shiqi was naturally their master. Lin Shiqi waved his hand gently, and a gentle force lifted the 3 of them up. "You guys passed the heavenly tribulation so quickly and became 7th level monsters. I wonder how many times stronger you are than the mixed demon sable and the star moon heavenly winged tiger. Congratulations. The three of them had passed the heavenly tribulation, which meant that he had 3 more experts in the Tianyuan realm in his hands. Although the power of the Tianyuan realm was nothing to Ling Shiqi, he could not do many things at once. It was not convenient for him to do many things. With the help of these 3 people, he could finally save a lot of trouble. Lu Ho smiled and said, "Our power was given to us by the master. It's a pity that the old ape lost an arm. Otherwise, we would have a good chance." There were 4 of them during the heavenly tribulation. Among them, the giant ape with a broken arm died under the last heavenly tribulation. In the past, less than 1 in 10 survived the heavenly tribulation. It was a miracle that 3 out of 4 had passed. Ling Shiqi narrowed his eyes. He was surprised to find that the power of Lu Ho and the other 2 was unusually stable. There should be a short period of weakness after passing the heavenly tribulation. They needed to consolidate their realm. However, the strength of these 3 was not only stable, but also far surpassed that of ordinary 7th-rank great demons. Ling Shiqi said, "Lu Ho, from now on, you will be in charge of the underworld Beast Ridge. You can also explore the surrounding mountains as you wish. Yin Falcon, you go and guard the Western Wasteland Mansion. As for Qing, she will stay with me for the time being." There were hundreds of demonic beasts in the Dark Beast Ridge. These demonic beasts had survived the catastrophe of the demonic Miasma mountain range. Each and every one of them was an elite. Moreover, after entering the underworld, they had continuously absorbed the netherworld energy. Their bodies had more or less undergone some changes. It could be said that every demonic beast had great potential. Lu Ho had experience in this area, and his ability was also very suitable for managing Dark Beast Ridge. Lu Ho believed that Dark Beast Ridge would become an extremely important force in his hands in the future. The Palace of the West Baron always lacked a Sky Origin stage cultivator. Once Ling Shiqi left, the Palace of the West Baron would be empty. Finally, there was someone to help him. As for Qing, he needed her by his side for the next few places he was going to. Besides, it's not bad to have a little girl by my side. As for Lu Ho, Yin Falcon, they were all very happy. Lu Ho's management of Dark Beast Ridge meant that he was given an important position. He had become the ruler of Dark Beast Ridge. Yin Falcon was guarding the palace of the West Baron. The fact that he could guard such an important place meant that Ling Shiqi trusted him a lot. The most special one was Qing. Although she didn't get any power or mission, being able to stay with Ling Shiqi was the biggest gift and benefit. After that, Ling Shiqi brought Yin Falcon and Qing, to the palace of the West Baron. He summoned everyone in the palace of the West Baron. Hundreds of people gathered. When they saw Yin Falcon and Qing, standing behind Ling Shiqi, they were all shocked. Yin Falcon crossed his arms and lowered his head without saying anything. Qing, stood there quietly, as if she was a little shy. The 2 of them didn't hide their aura. The strong and violent demonic chi was surging. Even though they were just standing there, the people in the palace of the West Baron were frightened. What surprised them even more was, where did the 2 of them come from? Why did they seem to be obedient to Ling Shiqi? Ling Shiqi gestured. Yin Falcon and Qing, withdrew their aura. Only then did the people in the palace of the West Baron start to breathe smoothly. They all began to wipe their sweat. Let me introduce them. These 2 are the Sky Origin stage cultivators that I have recruited, Yin Falcon and Qing, Greetings, my lords. Everyone saluted respectfully. This was the respect for the strong cultivators. The old people in the palace of the West Baron were excited. Not long ago, Ling Shiqi had broken through to the Sky Origin stage. Now, there were 2 more Sky Origin stage cultivators in the palace of the West Baron. This power was enough to compete with the top forces. Ling Shiqi continued, I have called you all here to get to know each other. Yin Falcon will be cultivating in seclusion in the palace of the West Baron. If there is nothing important, don't disturb him. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Disperse. Yes, my lord. Everyone dispersed. Leng Shiqi prepared a secret room for the Yin Falcon, right next to Oziu. However, Oziu seemed to still be in seclusion. When he found out that he had a 7th-level great demon as his neighbor, he did not know how he would feel. After that, he left the palace of the West Baron with Qing Er. They went straight to the border fortress, where the Azure Thunder Army was stationed. Soon, a group of generals gathered in the main hall of the Azure Thunder Army. Greetings, my lord. They didn't know why Leng Shiqi was here. However, he was a Sky Origin stage cultivator. Nobody dared to slight him. Not to mention that there was a woman standing behind Leng Shiqi. She looked weak, but her aura was very scary. 2 Sky Origin stage cultivators came at the same time. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. The commander, Xiahou Ba, was in seclusion. Only 2 Sky Origin stage deputies were here. In terms of status, they were much lower than Leng Shiqi. Therefore, if Leng Shiqi was in trouble, they couldn't do anything. My lord, you have come from afar. However, the commander is in seclusion and can't come out to welcome you. Please don't blame him. The one who spoke was Deputy Commander Xiaoying. He was from the same family as Xiahou Ba. Now, most of the power in the Azure Thunder Army was in his hands. This sentence was nothing more than bringing up Xiahou Ba to make Leng Shiqi hesitate. Leng Shiqi chuckled and said, "You all look a little nervous." Xiaoying laughed awkwardly. Leng Shiqi had a bad reputation. In the eyes of others, he was definitely an ambitious man. Now that he had broken through to the Sky Origin stage, the Azure Thunder Army was undoubtedly the biggest threat to him in the West Baron Prefecture. He must be here to suppress the Azure Thunder Army while Xiahou Ba was in seclusion. Leng Shiqi ignored their wild thoughts. He flipped his hand and took out a golden token. He said in a deep voice, "Under His Majesty's orders, I am to mobilize 20,000 Green Thunder Army soldiers." Xiaoying and the others were shocked when they saw the token. Thunder Fire Sword Seal. Chapter 902. Every commander had a tiger talisman to mobilize the troops, and the Thunderfire Sword Seal was something that could command all the troops in the Thunderfire dynasty. These things were tightly held by the emperor and could not be easily given to others. Therefore, when Leng Shiqi took out the Thunderfire Sword Seal, the generals were all in disbelief. "Why, General Xiahou, do you not recognize this item?" "Ah, no, of course I recognize the Thunderfire Sword Seal. I will personally count the 20,000 elite troops for your highness." Xia Haing did not dare to disobey the Thunderfire Sword Seal, but she still did not understand why the emperor would give such an important item to Leng Shiqi. Also, what was Leng Shiqi planning to do with the 20,000 elite troops? Leng Shiqi said, after counting, "Let them disguise themselves as caravans and enter Zhulu country. They must reach the Zhulu country's imperial city within 2 months. There will be people there to receive them." Hearing this, the generals were even more confused. Let the Azure Thunder Army disguise themselves and enter Zhulu country. Even though Zhulu country and the Thunderfire dynasty were allies, Zhulu country was very weak in terms of national strength. How could they let the Thunderfire dynasty's Azure Thunder Army enter their country? Were they not afraid of being swallowed by the Thunderfire dynasty? Some people noticed something. Leng Shiqi said that there would be people in Zhulu country to receive them. This meant that the Thunderfire dynasty and Zhulu country had secretly reached a deal. Then why did Zhulu country take the risk to invite a wolf into their country? Xia Haing vaguely guessed something. Leng Shiqi said deeply, "General Xiahou, there are some things that you should pretend to be ignorant of. Do you understand?" "I understand." Leng Shiqi nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to use the name of the Zhu Road country to attack the Bei Lu country. 2 years ago, the Zhu Road country had defeated the Bei Lu country, and in the past 2 years, the Zhu Road country had obtained a huge amount of refined iron from the West Baron Prefecture. Their weapons and equipment were far superior to the Bei Lu country. In theory, Zhu Lu country had a high chance of winning if they attacked Bei Lu country. However, even if they won, the Great Moon Kingdom, which was on the other side of the Bei Lu Kingdom, would most likely reap the benefits. After all, the war between the two countries would not end overnight. The Great Moon clan would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. No matter who won, their strength would be greatly damaged. By then, Zhu Lu country and Bei Lu country would belong to the Great Moon clan. In order to prevent this from happening, Lin Shiqi had to let Zhu Luguo win, and he had to do it quickly. If he wanted to do that, he would have to rely on the Green Thunder Army. The 20,000 soldiers of the Green Thunder Army were not something the armies of the Zhu Lu nation and the Bei Lu nation could compare to. They were not even on the same level. In fact, the 20,000 soldiers of the Green Thunder Army were more than enough to take down the Bei Lu nation. After making the necessary arrangements, Lin Shiqi immediately contacted Hengming with Qing, and teleported to Tianshan County, where the Purgatory Demon sect was located. His purpose was to go to the Netherworld Temple. Now, he was not only the master of Samsara, but also the new Netherworld Saint Lord. The power of the Nether Temple was naturally his power as well. Among the members of the Mansion of the Dead, only Hengming was located closer to the South Sea, where the Netherworld Temple was located. What surprised Lin Shiqi was that Hengming had also broken through to the unity of heaven and man realm. It seemed that after they obtained their own inheritance treasures, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Hengming did not think that his cultivation speed was very fast. Compared to Lin Shiqi, he was still too slow. He mentioned the Blood Seed Project. Recently, the people of the Blood Garment Pavilion secretly contacted me. They said that the Blood Seed Project is about to be completed. Is it too hasty? Lin Shiqi smiled. Let's follow the Blood Garment Pavilion's plan. I have already arranged everything. You only need to deal with the Purgatory Demon sect. Hengming nodded thoughtfully and then went back on his own. Lin Shiqi's figure flashed and teleported hundreds of miles away as if he had teleported across space. In less than half a day, he arrived at the South Sea. This was a sea region lacking in resources. It was very different from the East Sea. He looked at the boundless sea and formed a few seals. Then, the surging sea suddenly expanded in all directions, revealing an abyss-like entrance. Lin Shiqi walked through the entrance. The scene in front of him turned into a giant palace the size of a small mountain. Tap, tap, his footsteps traveled very far. The palace was very empty. It seemed that there was not a single person in it. Lin Shiqi was not confused. He had absorbed the memories of the Samsara Lord and knew that the Nether Temple was similar to the Zhuge family. They both used a secret technique to seal the masters of each generation, leaving only a few alive to maintain the operation. In this generation, there were 3 people from the Nether Temple. Unfortunately, they had all died in the Northern Wei Empire. They were the 3 people whose lives were taken by the Nether Temple Lord after Lin Shiqi's death. In other words, there was not a single person in the Nether Temple. After walking past layers of arrays, Lin Shiqi pushed open a heavy black stone door. Immediately, a decaying aura gushed out from within. The space behind the door was very large. There were thousands of black tombstones in it. Each tombstone was engraved with a name and cultivation realm. Yu Hanqing, Tongxian realm. Yu Zhulin, Tongxian realm. Counting carefully, there were actually 6 Tongxian realm experts who had been slumbering in this place. There were only 8 Tongxian realm masters in the world, including Lin Shiqi, the Samsara Lord. In addition, there were hundreds of Tianyuan realm masters. The rest were all in the unity of heaven and men realm. As long as Lin Shiqi activated the seals, they could be awakened and used by him. Together with the Zhuge family, the Thunderblaze dynasty, the Mansion of the Dead, and the Blood-Robed Pavilion in the future, Lin Shiqi's power had reached a terrifying level. He was not far from the goal in his heart. However, Lin Shiqi did not awaken any masters of the Dark Shadow clan. Before he took that step, neither the Nether Temple nor the Zhuge family could be used. Once he was discovered, he would immediately become the public enemy of the entire Falling Star continent. If he did that, it would only force him to take that step. He absolutely could not do it before he was fully prepared. These forces are still not enough. The only forces on the continent that can be used are the East Sea and the far north wastelands. The East Sea was very rich in cultivation resources and covered a large area. It was located in both the Thunderblaze dynasty and the Northern Wei dynasty, so it was hard to say which dynasty it belonged to. The forces there were built in the form of islands. The distance between the islands was quite far. For a long time, the situation was relatively stable and there were not many conflicts between them. In general, the overall forces of the East Sea were not weak, but not very strong either. As for the far north wastelands, it was the world of the monster clan. 9 Leave had already traveled there. Leng Shiqi had Qing, and the other 2 7th-rank monsters by his side. He also had the bloodline of the monster clan in his soul. Compared to the East Sea, the far north wastelands was more suitable for his next target. Chapter 903. Beilu Country, Bloodcloak Pavilion, Northern Wilderness. These were the forces that Leng Shiqi wanted to fight for, and each of them had their own uses. Leng Shiqi flicked his finger, and a wisp of black gas floated out. The black gas turned into a black silk and shrouded the entire hall. He added another restriction on the original formation. As long as people without dark shadow bloodline got close, they would die without a doubt. Although his previous body had been destroyed, the bloodline power flowed in his soul. Even after several reincarnations, it still existed. 2 months later, in the palace of Zhu country, Queen Carol said to the black-robed man next to her, "Other than the necessary defenses, the 40,000 troops are ready to go." "What's the plan this time?" Leng Shiqi said, "The plan is simple. The Indian army and the ground army will go straight to Beilu country's border. The Green Thunder army will stay 100 miles behind. When Beilu country is desperate, we will defeat them in one fell swoop. Beilu country's army is not a threat, but there are 3 sky origin experts in their hall of worship, while Zhu country only has 2. Zhu country originally had 4 sky origin experts. When Leng Shiqi helped Carol fight for the throne, he killed the shocking Dragon Sword King and Divine Firmament Venerable. Only Qing Lin and Zhong Guanqing were left. Beilu country also had 4 sky origin experts in the beginning. Both sides were equal in strength. Among them, the Rain Formation Heavenly Master was killed by Leng Shiqi not long ago. Let Qing Lin and Zhong Guanqing fight. I have sky origin experts on my side. Beilu country will not be able to do anything. We just need to take down Beilu country before Great Moon country makes a move. Then, I'm relieved. Soon, Zhu country's army came out and attacked Beilu country's border. Beilu country could not resist at all and could only retreat. Within a few days, Zhu country had occupied 1/3 of the country's territory. Beilu country's King Kirk was shocked. Zhu country's Indian army and ground army's combat power was far beyond what he knew, but he could not panic. "We have lost the territory. Don't fight for it. Pass down the order, give up all the cities in the periphery. Deploy all the military forces in the cities around the capital, defend the cities and support each other. In addition, quickly send people to the Great Moon Empire to ask for help. No matter what conditions they raise, we can agree to them first. Everything can wait until we defeat the Zhu Empire." This time, Zhu country's momentum was too fierce. Kirk decisively gave up on most of the cities, gathering all of his forces to defend and wait for the attack. As long as he could get reinforcements from the Great Moon Kingdom, the Zhu Kingdom would naturally be defeated. As for how they would explain it to the Great Moon Kingdom, that was a matter for another time. It was good enough to get through the current hurdle first. A few days later, the Zhu country's army arrived at the city. However, this city was not so easy to take down because there were 30,000 soldiers from the Beilu country stationed here, as well as many experts. Leng Shiqi looked at the high city walls and said slowly, "As long as we take this city, Beilu country will lose its momentum. If we attack by force, we may be able to barely take down the city, but we will also suffer heavy losses. It is said that the Great Moon Empire has already sent troops. Queen Carol was still a little worried. She believed that Lin Shiqi was extremely powerful, but as a member of the underworld and the queen of Zhulu country, she knew that it was not easy to be the ruler of a country in the past 2 to 3 years. She also knew how much it cost to train an army. She was really unwilling to lose too many troops. The Great Moon Empire has indeed sent troops, but their marching speed is too slow. They just want both countries to suffer heavy losses. Don't worry about them. Don't forget that there are still 20,000 Green Thunder Army behind them. They will arrive soon. Now we only need to feign an attack and see what other trump cards they have. Moreover, the experts of the underworld are also here. You don't have to worry at all. Give the order to attack the city. In a room in the city tower, Kirk looked at the black mass of Zhulu country's army outside the city. When he saw Carol's figure, he pointed and said, "3 lords, she is the queen of Zhulu country, Carol. As long as she gives the order to attack the city, 3 lords can take advantage of the chaos to kill her. Zhulu country will be like a headless dragon and will be defeated." Among the 3, a red-robed old man frowned and said, "Zhulu country has turned out in full force. The Heavenly Origin Realm experts of the Royal Hall of Worship must be hiding in the dark. They might even be by Carol's side. Killing her is easier said than done." How could Kirk not understand this, but killing Carol was the only way. There was no other way. He could only brace himself and say, "Lord Shi Yan, 2 years ago, the spies in Zhulu country brought back information. When Carol and Gus fought for the throne, there was a fierce battle. The Heavenly Origin Realm experts of the Zhulu country's Royal Hall of Worship must have suffered some losses. If we take them by surprise, we still have a chance." The one called Shi Yan sighed, "Let's do as the monarch says. However, if the sneak attack fails, we will have to fight with the experts of Zhulu country. No matter how many there are on the other side, at that time, there will be no one to protect the monarch. As long as we can kill Carol, this emperor's comfort is nothing. This emperor has already left behind a will. Even if I die here, there will be someone to inherit the throne. Kill." Suddenly, there was a burst of shouts from outside. Zhulu country has begun to attack the city. All of a sudden, giant crossbows were set up on top of the city walls. Each bolt was nearly 20 feet long. Such a weapon could probably take away the lives of dozens of people if it were to be released. In the previous battle, the Dilu country had never used them. At the beginning, they did pose a great threat to the Zhulu country. However, a few black figures suddenly burst out from the crowd. A blood-red sword light appeared. In an instant, blood chi rose and the sword light streaked across the city walls. The incomparably tough city walls were easily cut open like tofu. The large crossbows on the walls were all turned into fragments. At the same time, the clear sky was instantly covered by a boundless curtain of darkness. Under this curtain of darkness, not only could the eyes not see, even the 5 senses were taken away. A blade hidden in the darkness was like a ghost in the night. Every blade easily took the life of a general on the city walls. The ones who attacked were Delta Origi, Yushu, and Meng Ming. They were now at the union of heaven and man realm. Although they were at the early stage of the union of heaven and man realm, their true battle strength was definitely not weaker than the late stage of the union of heaven and man realm. The 3 of them killed their way up the city walls like ghosts and wantonly massacred. Although there were some union of heaven and man realm experts attacking them, the military equipment on the city walls were all destroyed. Kirk was shocked and angry. He also felt that this seemed to be an opportunity. He said in a low voice, "My 3 lords, this matter should not be delayed. Carol will definitely think that we have completely panicked. Now is the best time to kill her." Meng Ming's curtain of darkness could not stop the Heaven Origin Realm experts. They could still lock onto Carol's position. Shi Yan hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, those 3 are very strong. They might discover you." Kirk's eyes turned red. "We can't care about that. Kill Carol first." Chapter 904. Boom! A heat wave spread for thousands of miles. Boundless flames tore through the darkness, and the origin energy of heaven and earth boiled. The entire battlefield became scorching hot. A figure stood in the sky, and a pitch-black saber appeared in his hand. The saber slashed through the air, and a fierce killing intent condensed into a storm that slashed toward Carol. Another person slapped out with a palm, and the origin energy of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles was controlled. A terrifying aura pressed down, and it was enough to suppress evil. The three Sky Origin Realm cultivators ignored the Delta Origi and attacked Carol at the same time. Carol did not panic. A spiritual light flashed beside her, and a strange beast, Green Qilin, roared out. On the other side, a torrent of water converged into a sea, instantly extinguishing the flames that filled the sky. These two were the two powerful cultivators of the Zhulu country's imperial hall of worship, Green Qilin and Zhong Guanqing. They blocked the flames and the palm, but the saber still attacked Queen Carol. Kirk, who was hiding behind the city gate, was very excited. It seemed that Carol only had two Sky Origin Realm cultivators by her side. She would soon die here. What he did not expect was that the saber light was intercepted halfway by a wisp of green light. The green light did not look very eye-catching, and it attached itself to the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the saber light dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The one who swung the saber light was a man with a scar. He shouted, "What is that thing? It can actually corrode my saber light." He focused his gaze and saw that a woman in green had appeared beside Queen Carol at some unknown time. Strange black patterns appeared on her face, and the aura she exuded was incomparably powerful. Another Sky Origin Realm cultivator. In a 3 versus 3 situation, it was impossible for them to kill Queen Carol. Their plan had failed in the end. Kirk's heart sank. If Carol did not die, and there were 3 Sky Origin Realm cultivators by her side, the Beilu country would not be able to gain any advantage. The Sky Origin Realm cultivators on both sides could not kill each other, and they could only stay in a stalemate. But in this way, the city would soon be breached. Although Yushu and the other two were temporarily held back by the Dilu Nation's Unity of Heaven Realm experts, one must not forget that there were quite a number of Zhulu Nation's Unity of Heaven Realm experts as well. With their combat strength, it was not difficult for them to destroy the city walls. Kirk had begun to despair. The only thing he could hope for now was to wait for the reinforcements from the Great Moon Empire. He had to stall for time. Qing Lin said to Shi Yan, "We are old friends. Is there a need to continue fighting?" Shi Yan's face darkened. Both sides had the same number of Sky Origin stage cultivators. Even though there were differences in cultivation levels, Shi Yan knew that he had no confidence in defeating Zhu Lugua and the other two. Moreover, if they were to fight here, even the slightest ripple would affect the battle below. Not only would it harm the Zhulu army, it would also destroy the city. It would be disadvantageous for both sides. Therefore, Shi Yan silently agreed with Qing Lin's words. Since neither of them could do anything to the other, why should they fight? If they really fought, they might even get injured. Even in the worst-case scenario, the destruction of the Bolu nation would not affect Shi Yan and the others too much. After all, Sky Origin stage cultivators would be treated as distinguished guests no matter where they went. If the Bolu nation was destroyed, they could just go somewhere else. There was no need to sacrifice their lives for the Bolu nation. Leng Shiqi, who was hiding in the dark and observing everything, secretly smiled, "You are smart. Unfortunately, your lives will be taken away in the end." The next upgrade of the Mansion of the Dead would not only require 50,000 merit points, but also 3 Sky Origin stage cultivators' souls. Shi Yan and the other two were just right. Leng Shiqi would not let them go. Shi Yan chose to remain silent. His silence represented his choice. However, in the next moment, Shi Yan was shocked to find that an inexplicable suction force had entangled him. Before he could react, he was dragged into a strange space. The space seemed to be boundless. There was an endless starry sky above. It was as if he was in the middle of the universe. The strange thing was that the stars vaguely condensed into 6 huge nebulas that slowly rotated. The aura emitted from the nebulas made Shi Yan feel suffocated. Where is this? As a sky origin stage cultivator, Shi Yan could not help but feel a little nervous. How strong was the person who could casually summon him into this space? He was not the only one. The other 2 Bo Lu Nation cultivators were also sucked into this space. They were even more shocked than Shi Yan. Shi Yan flipped his hand and a blazing flame ignited. However, the flame was extinguished in an instant. Shi Yan and the other 2 found it hard to accept this scene. There is no atmospheric energy here. The strength of a sky origin stage cultivator was that they could mobilize atmospheric energy. However, there was not even a trace of atmospheric energy here. They could only be said to be in the unity of heaven and man stage with sky origin stage spiritual energy. Who is this expert? I am Shi Yan. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Shi Yan was still trying to find a way to survive. Unfortunately, no one answered him. The 6 nebulas suddenly spun madly. Waves of power of law blocked them, and the 3 of them were unable to resist at all. They were instantly crushed into nothingness. At this moment, Ling Shiqi appeared. He said with satisfaction, the combination of the law of reincarnation, the Star Tribe, and the Dark Shadow Tribe's secret technique is not bad. It is a little like a world of its own. Even if a common mystic stage cultivator was pulled into this 6 paths Dark Star realm, his strength would be suppressed by 30 to 40%. After collecting the souls of Shi Yan and the other 2, Ling Shiqi left the place. There was no longer any suspense in the battle between the 2 nations. In the outside world, everyone saw that Shi Yan and the other 2 had suddenly disappeared. At first, Qing Lin thought that they were using some secret technique to ambush them. However, Ling Shiqi's words rang in his ears, Shi Yan and the other 2 are dead. I'll leave this mess to you guys. Ling Shiqi flew into the sky. He did not plan to attack again. When Qing Lin heard this, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Those were 3 genuine heavenly origin stage cultivators. How could they be killed just like that? Moreover, they died in such a strange and casual way. They did not even know what had happened. He still remembered that during the Zhulu Kingdom's civil war, Ling Shiqi's strength was barely comparable to a late heavenly origin stage cultivator. How long had it been since then? He could easily kill 3 heavenly origin stage cultivators. At this moment, there was only one word in his heart for Ling Shiqi. That word was, terrifying. Such a person must never be an enemy. Qing Lin even began to feel lucky that he had surrendered. Without the protection of a heavenly origin stage cultivator, the solid city wall of the Beilu Kingdom was instantly shattered like a piece of paper by Qing Lin's fist. Kirk, the king of Beilu Kingdom, was stunned. How could his greatest reliance, the 3 heavenly origin stage cultivators, suddenly disappear? He began to suspect that the 3 of them had betrayed him. Unfortunately, he did not have time to think about it. The Delta Origi had discovered him. Following that, the Zhulu Kingdom's army marched in. A massacre began. Chapter 905. The city was breached. The king of Beilu Kingdom, Kirk, and all the Tianyuan realm cultivators of the Royal Hall of Worship were killed in the battle. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed in the battle. Since then, Beilu Kingdom had no power to resist. Queen Carol stood in the ruins. She had never thought that it would be so easy to conquer Beilu Kingdom. Everything was meaningless in the face of absolute power. She was not immersed in the joy of conquering the city. Instead, she was puzzled. Why hadn't the 20,000 Green Thunder Army arrived yet? According to the time, the Green Thunder Army should have arrived 4 to 6 hours ago. Could something have happened to them? However, there was no one in Beilu Kingdom who could pose a threat to the 20,000 Green Thunder Army. Where had the Green Thunder Army gone? Carol suddenly realized that Ling Shiqi had not told her the whole truth. The Green Thunder Army could easily conquer Beilu Kingdom without the help of the Green Thunder Army. Therefore, the Green Thunder Army's target could only be the Great Moon Kingdom. It turned out that Leng Shiqi wanted to deal with both Beilu Kingdom and the Great Moon Kingdom at the same time. You must have guessed it. Leng Shiqi appeared beside Queen Carol. The Green Thunder Army is not needed for a mere Beilu Kingdom. This time, I will conquer both Beilu Kingdom and the Great Moon Kingdom in one fell swoop. He did not tell Queen Carol the truth, not because he did not trust her, but because he was afraid that she would not believe that he was so powerful. Carol looked nervous. The Great Moon Kingdom is not comparable to the Beilu Kingdom. In terms of military power, it is more than 3 times stronger than the Beilu Kingdom. At first, she wanted to tell him that the Great Moon Kingdom was not weak. However, when she thought of the scene where Leng Shiqi made the 3 Tianyuan realm cultivators disappear, she could not continue. For a powerhouse like Leng Shiqi, military strength had already lost the meaning of numbers. Next, you have to take control of Beilu Kingdom quickly. I don't need to teach you how to do that. More importantly, you have to figure out how to take over the Great Moon Kingdom in advance. After Leng Shiqi finished speaking, he left Queen Carol with a complicated expression. He ordered the Green Thunder Army to go straight to the border of the Great Moon Kingdom. According to the intelligence, the Great Moon Kingdom sent 30,000 soldiers and were slowly approaching Beilu Kingdom. He believed that the news of the Beilu Kingdom's destruction would spread quickly. Regardless of whether they advanced or retreated, those 30,000 elite soldiers would not be able to return alive. If the Leng Shiqi wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. However, attacking a country with only one person was not enough. Every time they conquered a city, they would have to send a portion of their troops to defend it. This was the biggest role of the Azure Thunder Army. With the marching speed of the Azure Thunder Army, it would take them 2 or 3 days to reach the border of the Great Moon Kingdom. During this short period of time, Leng Shiqi had something more important to do. Upgrade Hell. After conquering Beilu Kingdom, Leng Shiqi had obtained more than 60,000 merit points. He had also collected the souls of Shi Yan and the other 2. He had finally met the requirements to upgrade Mansion of the Dead. He entered the Mansion of the Dead and clicked on the Territory Upgrade interface. Underworld Territory's current level, rank 6, requirements for upgrading the territory of the Underworld, 1. Accumulate 100,000 merit points, 114876100000. 2. Collect 10 top-level souls, 10 tenths. 3. 320,000 system coins. Mansion of the Dead has met the requirements to upgrade. It will take 500 natural days for the territory to upgrade. During this time, the territory will not be able to be used. Do you want to upgrade? Leng Shiqi bought a bunch of upgrade cards and chose, yes. The space of the Mansion of the Dead shook continuously. Boundless black light spread in all directions. Soon, the Mansion of the Dead calmed down again. Leng Shiqi scanned it with his divine telekinesis and was stunned. The rank 7 Mansion of the Dead was even bigger than the Falling Star continent. It was not just a little bit bigger. It was several times bigger. In the past, every time the Mansion of the Dead was upgraded, it would expand. However, it had never expanded to such an extent. The current Mansion of the Dead could no longer be described as a secret realm. There had never been a secret realm that was bigger than the continent. However, what shocked Leng Shiqi even more was not the size of the Mansion of the Dead. With a thought, he arrived in a creepy and eerie forest. A pitch-black lizard-like monster with 4 horns and the size of a palm was lying on the ground in a daze. Whoosh! Leng Shiqi appeared in front of the little monster and looked at it carefully. He was sure that he was not in the underworld Beast Ridge. Instead, it was a place without any living creatures. So, where did this little thing come from? It was not just this little thing. In Leng Shiqi's divine telekinesis, thousands of strange creatures had been born in the Mansion of the Dead. Some were like demon beasts, some were like spirits, and some were like humans. In short, there were all kinds of strange creatures. The only thing they had in common was that each one was more eerie, vicious, and terrifying than the other. Moreover, there were many creatures being born at every moment. Swoosh, the little monster opened its eyes. It looked left and right. Its eyes were filled with confusion. It felt like there was something nearby. However, it could not see it now. It ran into the bushes in a panic. At this moment, Ling Shiqi had already arrived at a bottomless abyss. Countless black eggs were hidden in the abyss, and each of them contained a pure and violent ghostly aura. A boundless netherworld sea had appeared north of the mansion of the dead. Hundreds of different netherworld sea creatures had been born in it. Ling Shiqi walked around the mansion of the dead. His expression became more and more serious. At this moment, the mansion of the dead was like a small world. There was life, death, and reincarnation. This seemed to be a complete world. Moreover, the mansion of the dead was only rank 7. What would happen if it continued to level up? Would another world really appear? Ling Shiqi took a long time to digest this fact. He quickly opened the system and looked at the requirements for the Mansion of the Dead's upgrade. Mansion of the Dead's current level, rank 7. Mansion of the Dead's upgrade requirements, 1. Accumulate 200,000 merit points, 14876100000. 2. Collect 2 super souls, 0/2. 3. 640,000 system coins. The first and third requirements were within Ling Shiqi's expectations. However, the second requirement gave him a headache. In the past, he was asked to collect top-level souls that corresponded to divine origin experts. Wouldn't the super souls be Tongxian experts? He had to kill 2 Tongxian experts. With Ling Shiqi's current strength, it was not difficult for him to defeat a Tongxian expert by himself. However, the biggest problem was that there were no Tongxian experts for him to kill. On the Starfall continent, other than him, there were only 6 or 7 known Tongxian realm experts. These people were the greatest trump cards of the various transcendent forces. It was difficult to even meet them. Moreover, each Tongxian expert had mastered the laws of heaven and earth. They had lived for countless years. No one knew how many trump cards they had hidden. Kill them? It would only be possible if he could suppress them with absolute power and prevent them from escaping. He had to kill 2 of them. Chapter 906. Ling Shiqi thought about it again. There was still a chance. If the holy city really appeared, the Tongxian realm cultivators would definitely not give up this opportunity to explore. In other words, all the Tongxian realm cultivators on the mainland would gather in the holy city. Moreover, Ling Shiqi dared to say that there were definitely more Tongxian realm cultivators in the world. Who knew how many of them were hidden in the mountains and forests? If he joined forces with Meng Tianzong, there was indeed a very good chance. Putting this aside, he finally looked for any other changes in the territory system. Sure enough, he found a new function in the rank 7 underworld, the underworld's divine gift. As the master of the underworld, Ling Shiqi could bestow a part of the underworld's power to the members of the underworld. For example, the ability to absorb souls. Other members could also absorb nearby souls and then absorb them into the underworld. This way, it was equivalent to all the members of the underworld helping him obtain merit points. Also, the underworld's divine power would gradually condense above the underworld's 9th heaven. Ling Shiqi could inject divine power into other people's bodies and directly increase their strength. This did not only include members of the underworld, but also creatures of the underworld. With this ability, Ling Shiqi felt like he was a god. In addition to these, Fengdu City had also changed a lot. The palaces of the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 kings of hell had become a group of palaces. The biggest change was that the netherworld aura in each main palace was so dense that it was almost solid. If one cultivated here, their cultivation speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Shiqi also specially informed every member of the underworld that they could go to their own palaces when they cultivated in seclusion. He believed that it would not be long before the strength of the members of the underworld would increase by leaps and bounds. Thinking of the members of the underworld, Lin Shiqi remembered that he had not brought in any new members for a long time. He had a few candidates before, but his own experience was too bizarre and he did not have time to care about these. There were still many empty spots in the underworld, so it was time to bring in a few new people. At this time, the news of Zhu Lu country defeating Bei Lu country had already spread. All the forces and dynasties had received this information. Instantly, the entire world was shocked. Originally, a war between two small countries would not be so surprising. The main point was that Zhu Lu country won too quickly. From an outsider's point of view, Zhu Lu country and Bei Lu country were equal in strength. Even if a war broke out, it would not be over in just a few days. Moreover, the Zhu Lu kingdom was able to break through the Pai Lu kingdom with lightning speed. This was simply unbelievable. In the main hall of the Thunderblaze dynasty's royal capital, someone reported, "Your Majesty, the Zhu Road nation and the Bei Lu nation are both subordinate nations of our dynasty. Isn't the Zhu Road nation looking down on our dynasty by recklessly attacking the Bei Lu nation?" Lin Shiqi's Dharmakaya of the past was sitting on the dragon throne. He remained silent. As expected, someone else immediately said, "Lord Yan, you're wrong. In my humble opinion, this matter isn't that simple. Perhaps someone is secretly interfering. It is said that the 3 sky origin stage cultivators from the worship hall of the Bei Lu kingdom died in a strange way. How could the Zhu Lu kingdom have such power? They are hiding their strength. We have to find out." The ministers were all talking about investigating the Zhu Road nation. Their worries were not without reason. Lin Shiqi raised his hand, and the hall immediately quieted down. He said, "Dear ministers, let's not talk about the Zhu Road nation. This emperor would like to ask, how do you feel about the 2 counties of the Northern Wei dynasty?" The ministers were all confused. Why did he suddenly mention the Northern Wei dynasty? However, if there was any feeling, it would definitely be great. The Thunderblaze dynasty had finally opened up a new territory after hundreds of years. These people were qualified to be written in the annals of history. Mo Xianghua vaguely thought of something. He took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty is wise and mighty." This old minister boldly guesses that perhaps the Zhu Road nation's matter is related to our dynasty. Ha! Lin Shiqi clapped his hands and laughed. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Minister Mo, that's right. The reason why the Zhu Road nation was able to take down the Bei Lu nation was because this emperor gave them a lot of power. From their equipment to their military strength, even their sky origin stage cultivators were all from my Thunderblaze dynasty. The hall was immediately in an uproar. So this was the truth. However, they actually did not know. In other words, this matter was pushed by His Majesty in the dark. He did not discuss it with the ministers. Some people could not help but feel that he did not trust them. The reason why this emperor did not mention this matter was that the Northern Wei dynasty and the Falling Star dynasty could not know about it. My target is not just the Bei Lu nation, but also the Great Moon clan, the Jushir nation, the Golden tribe and the Tuoba nation. Because, this emperor feels that the western region has 6 nations, which is too many. Not only do I want to swallow the 2 counties of the Northern Wei dynasty, I also want to turn the 6 nations of the western region into the Thunderblaze dynasty's territory. His words were as light as a feather, but they shocked everyone in the hall like a sudden clap of thunder. If he felt that the 6 nations of the western region were too many, then he would destroy them all. What kind of method was this? What kind of domineering was this? Many people immediately felt their blood boiling. Compared to the situation here, the Great Moon clan was sighing in despair. Originally, the Great Moon clan wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight when the Zhu Road nation and Bei Lu nation were fighting. They even sent out their troops to fight. But they did not expect the Zhu Road nation to win so quickly. From the intelligence, the Zhu Road nation did not lose much of their troops. They had used their extraordinary power to crush the enemy. The Great Moon clan was in an awkward position. They had 30,000 troops stationed at the border of the Bei Lu nation. Now, they were in a dilemma. The Zhu Road nation was in the limelight, and there was a mysterious expert. They did not dare to rashly attack. But they were unwilling to go back with their tails between their legs. While they were still hesitating, the heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. In the midst of the billowing ghostly aura, a gloomy gate that was 100 feet tall rose from the ground. Then, hundreds of ferocious nether beasts roared and rushed into the army's camp. Most of the soldiers were still resting when they were torn to pieces. What the hell is that? Demonic beasts, there are demonic beasts, ah. Enemy attack. Hurry up and face the enemy, hurry up and face the enemy. The camp immediately turned into a pot of porridge. When they finally managed to stabilize themselves, countless demons and ghosts rushed out from the gate. These demons and ghosts were not strong. They were not even as strong as ordinary soldiers. But there were too many of them. They were densely packed and covered the sky. Just looking at them would make one's scalp tingle and one's legs go weak. A few generals immediately had the thought of running away. They did not know where these demons and ghosts came from, nor did they know why they were attacking them. They only knew that if they did not run away, they would not have a chance. Unfortunately, they only felt a gust of cold wind sweep past them. More than 10 translucent figures surrounded them. These figures all exuded an aura that was even stronger than theirs. Chapter 907. More than a dozen ghost slaves easily took care of the generals. The remaining soldiers of the Great Moon Kingdom were in a state of disunity. They only cared about running away in panic. But the more they ran, the faster they died. In less than an hour, the 30,000-strong army was completely annihilated. Only countless rivers of blood and broken limbs were left on the battlefield. A large number of ghosts were gnawing on the corpses. Leng Shiqi walked out of the void. He looked at the hellish scene expressionlessly. He only thought of how powerful the creatures of the underworld were. The 30,000-strong army was annihilated just like that. Those creatures were still very weak, but there were many of them. Moreover, these creatures had just been born and could continue to grow stronger through devouring. If the creatures of the underworld were to become stronger, they would be comparable to hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In addition to the high-level cultivators of the Nether Temple, the Zhuge family, and the Thunderblaze dynasty, the target was getting closer and closer. None of the 30,000-strong army managed to escape, which meant that the news did not spread. At the same time, because the 30,000-strong army was annihilated, the Green Thunder army could march straight in. Soon, the 20,000-strong Green Thunder army arrived. They could see the howling of ghosts and howling of wolves from afar. But when they saw the scene, they did not feel good. Many of them even turned pale and vomited non-stop. It was not that they had not been on the battlefield, nor that they had not seen the cruelty of war. On the contrary, they were all seasoned warriors and had seen the bloodshed of the battlefield. But the scene in front of them could no longer be described as a battlefield. It was clearly hell on earth. Countless dismembered corpses were piled up like a small hill. The terrifying thing was that the corpses were covered with teeth marks, as if they had been swallowed alive by something. Leng Shiqi ordered, "Now that the Great Moon Kingdom is completely defenseless, there is no defensive force in each city except for the city guards. You will split into 2 groups and attack the cities from the north and south. Finally, you will gather at Hang City." Hang City was the most prosperous city in the east of the Great Moon Kingdom, second only to their capital. They had to take down this city before the Great Moon Kingdom could react. In just 2 days, the Green Thunder army of the Thunderblaze dynasty invaded more than a dozen cities of the Great Moon Kingdom and took down Hang City in one fell swoop. All of a sudden, the sky of the Great Moon clan collapsed. King Yuejin was dumbfounded. He had his subordinates report this to him several times before he could believe that this had happened. It was as if he had lost half of his territory while he was taking a nap. Eugene was still a little confused. When he wanted to fight back, he realized that the Green Thunder army had left some guards in every city. Hang City also had 10,000 Green Thunder army soldiers. The Great Moon Kingdom had 80,000 soldiers, twice as many as the Sanlu Kingdom. Their strength was far superior, but they had to face the Thunderblaze dynasty's Green Thunder army. That was the most elite army of the Thunderblaze dynasty. If they were to defend the city, they would need at least 30 to 40,000 people to be able to take it down. The key point was not how many soldiers the Great Moon clan needed to fight, but that they did not dare to fight. Their opponent was the Thunderous Blaze dynasty, one of the 3 dynasties in the world. The Thunderous Blaze dynasty had a military force 100 times that of the Great Moon Kingdom. What was more, the Thunderous Blaze dynasty had countless experts. How could they fight against them? Among the 6 kingdoms of the western region, the Great Moon clan and the Jushur kingdom relied on their strength. They were also far from the Thunderblaze dynasty and the Starfall dynasty, so they did not attach themselves to any of the dynasties. The Great Moon clan had no way to deal with the Thunderblaze dynasty. Their only chance to survive was to surrender. Helplessness, fear, and despair shrouded the entire Great Moon clan. It even affected the Che-Chi kingdom, the Golden Tribe kingdom, and the Tuoba kingdom. The Sanlu kingdom was also one of the 6 kingdoms of the western region. The Great Moon clan was suddenly forced to the edge of a cliff. No eggs could remain intact when the nest was overturned. The Thunderblaze dynasty had begun to invade the 6 kingdoms of the western region. Could the 3 kingdoms really protect themselves? The Jushur kingdom and the Golden Tribe kingdom acted quickly. They immediately sent people to the Starfall dynasty to seek protection and were willing to become their vassals. The Tuoba kingdom was in an awkward position. When the Starfall dynasty went to the Thunderblaze dynasty to attend Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet, they temporarily stayed in the Tuoba kingdom. Some unpleasant things happened there, causing the Tuoba kingdom and the Starfall dynasty to fall out. As the most powerful dynasty on the continent, the Starfall dynasty did not send troops to attack the Tuoba kingdom due to their status. However, they cut off all trade with the Tuoba kingdom and ordered the Golden Tribe kingdom to do the same. They wanted the Tuoba kingdom to fend for itself. They believed that in less than 2 years, the Tuoba kingdom would kneel and beg for mercy. In the past few years, the Tuoba kingdom's situation had been deteriorating. It was difficult for them to be self-sufficient. The current situation was unstable. The Jushur kingdom and the Golden Tribe kingdom could not even protect themselves. The Starfall dynasty could not wait for the Tuoba kingdom to be destroyed. In this case, the Tuoba king, Tuoba Chi, made up his mind. On the surface, he asked the diplomatic group to seek help from the Starfall dynasty. However, he secretly sent people to the Thunderblaze dynasty. The continuous turmoil of the 6 kingdoms in the western region naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the world. All the forces were sighing. The Starfall continent was becoming more and more unstable. If the war between the Zhulu kingdom and the Beilu kingdom was a matter of 2 small kingdoms, then the Azure Thunder Army's dispatch represented the Thunderblaze dynasty's intention to attack the 6 kingdoms in the western region. Zhulu kingdom's swift defeat of the Beilu kingdom meant that the Thunderblaze dynasty was behind this. The Thunderblaze dynasty had just seized 2 counties from the Northern Wei dynasty. Now, they were plotting against the 6 kingdoms in the western region. They were indeed ambitious. Leng Shiqi appeared openly in Hang City. The arrival of the Thunderblaze dynasty's king of the Western Wasteland finally made the people of the Great Moon Kingdom lose their last glimmer of hope. They were not afraid of Leng Shiqi's power. In their opinion, Leng Shiqi had just broken through to the Heavenly Origin realm. After all, the Great Moon Kingdom had several Heavenly Origin realm experts. What they were afraid of was that Leng Shiqi was the most favored minister of the Thunderblaze dynasty's king, Lei Haoyan. Since he was here, he represented the king of the Thunderblaze dynasty. There were different opinions in the Great Moon Kingdom. Most of them wanted to surrender. Although the Great Moon Kingdom would cease to exist, these high-ranking officials still enjoyed power and wealth. A small number of them did not want to fight to the end. Instead, they wanted to escape with the strongest forces. The Great Moon Kingdom's Hall of Worship had 7 Heavenly Origin realm experts. It was easy for them to join the Starfall dynasty or set up another faction. Why would they want to be slaves of a fallen kingdom? However, Ling Shiqi took a stroll in the Great Moon Kingdom as the king of Samsara. The next day, the king of Yuejin Kingdom brought people to surrender. Surprisingly, it was not the Thunderblaze dynasty that took over the Great Moon Kingdom, but Queen Carol of the Zhulu Kingdom. After annexing the Beilu Kingdom and the Great Moon Kingdom, the Zhulu Kingdom changed its name to the West Continent Kingdom. Chapter 908. The name of Shizhou indicated that they would not give up on the remaining 3 small countries. However, Zhulu country's foundation was too shallow. Swallowing Beilu country and Great Moon country was their limit, and they would not be able to expand again in a short time. Ling Shiqi did not let the Thunder Fire dynasty directly take these territories for themselves. No matter how chaotic the 6 countries of the western region were fighting, it was their internal affairs. This time, it could only be said that the Thunder Fire dynasty intervened, but they did not really attack the 6 countries of the western region. Although the world knew that Shizhou country belonged to the Thunder Fire dynasty, as long as it was not exposed, no one could condemn it. After all, gossip was a fearful thing, and it was best not to leave any evidence. Ling Shiqi was not in a hurry to return to the Western Wilderness imperial residence, but continued to guard Shizhou country. Although Great Moon country had surrendered, the 7 Sky Origin Realm Masters were still a strong force, and he still had to guard against them. The matter of the 6 countries of the western region was almost done. Next, he would wait for the blood-robed pavilion to rise. During this half a year, he planned to guard Shizhou country and help Carol through this most difficult period. Of course, Ling Shiqi could not stay idle. He entered the mansion of the dead and sat cross-legged. After receiving the memory of the Lord of Samsara, he had obtained a large number of ancient cultivation methods. Those cultivation methods were not very meaningful to him now, but some of them were still very useful, and that was the body refining cultivation method. Ling Shiqi was well aware of the importance of physical strength. Previously, when his body was destroyed, he had cultivated many body tempering techniques. His current body contained great strength, but unfortunately, it had not been fully developed. He first chose a cultivation method called 7 Deaths Extreme Body, which was neither high nor low. It was a level 7 cultivation method, and he could try it out first. Ling Shiqi comprehended this cultivation technique in a single breath. His entire body suddenly emitted strands of red light. From his skin, tendons, bones, and spirit meridians, he felt as if they were being burned. Ordinary people would not be able to endure this pain, but it was nothing to Ling Shiqi. In just a moment, the red light on his body began to weaken and gradually turned orange. Ling Shiqi's muscles tightened as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. He opened his eyes slightly and revealed a bit of surprise. The 7 Deaths Ultimate Body is an ancient 7th-level body refining technique. It is very difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect that I could cultivate it to the 2nd level so easily. This body of mine indeed has great potential. He continued to cultivate, and the light emitted from his body kept changing. In just a few hours, he had cultivated the 7 Deaths Extreme Body to the great completion. At this moment, he was bathed in the majestic purple light. Finally, the purple light abruptly condensed and turned into incantations that were imprinted on his body. Ling Shiqi gently clenched his fist. He didn't use any spirit energy or the power of laws, but he punched the ground, leaving behind a 1,000-foot-wide crater. His eyes were filled with joy. Just the strength of my body is comparable to the unity of heaven and man. It has already caught up with my original body. The 7 Deaths Extreme Body was a set of body refining techniques from the outside to the inside. It could also explode with great physical strength. It was a good foundation to use this technique. Then Ling Shiqi picked another body refining technique that was suitable for combat. It was the ancient 8th-level technique, Grey Wolf Transformation. Half a day later, the shadow of a grey wolf dozens of feet long stood behind Ling Shiqi. The grey wolf howled at the moon and looked down on the world. Suddenly, bolts of lightning burst out, causing the nether chi in the area to become violent. Ling Shiqi punched again. It was as powerful as a divine beast, and it was powerful enough to change the color of heaven and earth. The Grey Wolf transformation had reached the great completion. The Grey Wolf transformation is indeed more powerful than the Seven Deaths extreme body. If I only use my physical strength, I can defeat most masters in the early stage of the Sky Origin realm. After tasting the sweetness, Ling Shiqi could not stop. Dragon Emperor Technique, Golden Rock Body of Nine Heaven, Phoenix Nirvana Body, Mysterious Glazed Ice Technique. In half a year, Ling Shiqi practiced more than 10 body refining techniques. The techniques that he learned later were most likely 9th level body refining techniques. Most of them were related to the Demon Clan. After all, the Samsara Master was once the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan's physical strength was undoubtedly the strongest. The Samsara Master used this point to create a large number of body refining techniques that were suitable for the Demon Clan. Therefore, his position in the Demon Clan was higher than the heavens. Ling Shiqi's body had endless potential. With his cultivation speed, he finished all the techniques in the 3rd month. After that, he used the rest of the time to integrate the techniques. Because these techniques were more suitable for ancient spirit cultivators or demon beasts, only the techniques that he created himself were most suitable for him. Unfortunately, until now, he had not been able to perfect his own body refining technique. It could only be considered a half-finished product. Ling Shiqi did not continue. Wu Xiang contacted him through the underworld. Wu Xiang used the netherworld lamp to know that Ling Shiqi was in the underworld. Then, he came to the underworld in the form of Wu Yan Ghost Emperor. However, when he saw Ling Shiqi for the first time, he was shocked. At this moment, Ling Shiqi gave Wu Xiang the feeling of an ancient beast. Wild, ferocious, ominous, cruel, Ling Shiqi restrained his aura and said, "Master, the sect is about to make a move." Wu Xiang secretly took a breath of cold air. He had an illusion that Ling Shiqi could kill him with one punch. He buried this terrifying thought in the bottom of his heart. He knew that his disciple was not simple. Yes, all parties are ready. If you have no problems, the sect will act in 3 days. Ling Shiqi raised his head slightly. This day has finally come. Yes, this day has finally come. I don't know if the sect will be able to survive this. Wu Xiang sighed softly. Even now, he did not have much confidence in his heart. They would have to become enemies with the entire Thunderfire dynasty. Not to mention the Blood Robe Pavilion, even the 6 Directions spiritual region would not be able to withstand it. Ling Shiqi smiled, "Master, don't worry. The Blood Robe Pavilion will definitely win this time. It might even be easier than expected." "Oh. You're so confident." Luan Zhuan Wang Zhuan has deduced that the Blood Robe Pavilion is on the rise and no one can stop them. King Yanlua's background is not small and his influence is not weaker than mine. He will also be of great help. Ha ha ha, then I will borrow Luan Zhuan Wang's auspicious words and King Yanlua's help. The Blood Robe Pavilion will remember this. Since you have no problems, I will go back and report to the Pavilion Master. After Wu Xiang left, Ling Shiqi also left the Mansion of the Dead. Over the past half a year, Queen Carol had finally taken complete control of the situation in the West Province. He, on the other hand, had made a special trip to the imperial capital. If he wanted the Blood Garment Pavilion to safely survive this crisis without exposing his strength, he would have to ask for Lei Haoyan's help.